and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. The public can attend tonight's meeting in person at the George DeSiero City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website, broomfield.org/live. The public may also participate in public comment either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name and the item the caller would like to comment on. If you'd like to speak on more than one item on tonight's agenda, you'll need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25, no, the 16 through 25 have 2 minutes. I say this every week. If time remains, the next 26 participants have 1.5 minutes to speak. Doesn't look like we're going to hit that mark though. So for our hearing impaired residents present, we have wireless headsets in the back of our chambers with the AV team. So the City Council regular meeting is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson. Here. Cohen.
Here.
Hinkle.
Here.
Jezierski.
Here.
Leslie.
Here.
Lim.
Here.
Lindstedt.
Here.
Marsh Holshin. Schaff.
Here.
Ward.
Here.
Thank you. Is Councilmember Marsh Holshin on our remote, or was he kind of iffy? Do we know if he's here? Huh? Oh, he's going to try. So right now he's not. Okay, so he may join us. So we will do roll call when he does. So will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time, they should limit their comments to 2 minutes. We'll plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We'll begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for a meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, this agenda is approved. We'll move to public comment next. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters. Oh wait, this evening we don't have any items under petitions and communications. So now it's time for public comments. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Dave Manley. I live in Eagle Trace, and I am here because 2 weeks ago, I got very, very angry watching this council respond to public comments. It was my opinion that many people said they listened to what was said. Nobody heard what was said. And therefore, especially because of one of the things I said, which was, I believe you're being very irresponsible with your fiduciary responsibility for our taxes that we're paying to you and the lawsuit that you're going to probably get in. And therefore, my solution is that in the report that staff puts together, I want to know how much money has already been spent, how many hours have already been spent by staff and all of council in studying this issue and preparing for your passage of it. And after that, I want a quarterly report, if you pass it, of every dollar spent legally from internal and external legal sources, so that the public is aware of what you guys are spending. In addition, because I think that you are irresponsible with this area, I would like an accounting of all of the dollars spent defending the city on the extraction lawsuit and the Northwest Parkway lawsuit. I think if the public can understand the amount of money that's being spent defending the city for things that probably are irresponsible, the public would have a better idea of who to vote for in the future. And thank you.
Thank you.
Roxy Jewell from Lackamore. I'm not going to repeat some of what I already heard tonight. So my problem is that I am hoping that when the new year comes around, that the council, city staff, and everybody else starts to recognize how much waste in as far as money is concerned with our city tax money. We have a lot of items coming up that's going to cost a lot of money. And there's a lot of waste in where some of the money is going to right now. So I'll leave it at that. And hopefully everybody has a good new year and a happy holiday. But please open your eyes up to next year with some of the crap that you do, okay?
Thank you. Council's community and event updates are next, but first I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge that this is Councilmember William Lindstedt's last meeting as a city council member. He will be moving on to represent us at the state legislature as our new HD 33 House rep. So we want to congratulate him, thank him for his service and wish him well. I know we'll still be in contact, but I'd like to let you say a few words if you would like to.
Thank you, Mayor. It's kind of a bittersweet night. Getting elected to the city council in 2019, these last 3 years haven't necessarily been the easiest 3 years to serve in local government. So I'll just say that it's been an honor to serve with you all. We've had to tackle some really tough issues during some really tough times. And I'm just really proud of the work that we've done and the things we've done to move this community through those times. Broomfield has a lot to be proud of. We have a bright future ahead, and I couldn't feel more assured knowing that our future is in the hands of so many diligent and thoughtful public officials. So thank you for serving with me. It's been an honor, and I'm sure I'll see you all around. So thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member of council have a comment or update this evening? Councilmember Henkel.
Sure. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Lindstedt for serving. It has been an honor to run for office alongside you and to see your growth exponentially grow through COVID, not by choice, but your demeanor and your manner by which you pass legislation has been an honorable process to watch. And you being much younger than me, I have a lot to learn from you. It's amazing. So I appreciate your work. Are these the announcement section, right? Okay. I would like to announce that the Broomfield community, our Broomfield Resettlement Task Force is having a Broomfield giving tree for our Broomfield refugees. We have almost 50 refugees in Broomfield, and Colorado is going to be receiving 2,000 more Ukrainians likely next year. And so Broomfield and our surrounding northern areas likely will receive more Ukrainians. And we have kids on this list. We have adults. One lady, even who was 39, said she would accept anything. And a lot of these families really appreciate anything that you have to give. More instructions are on here, but you can go to the Rocky Mountain Sports Club to grab a tag off the giving tree. And a lot of our families are in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thanks, Mayor. So a couple updates. The Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport Community Noise Roundtable met this week. And we are continuing our discussions regarding the hiring of an aviation consultant to guide us through the process to work with the FAA. This is a strategy that the airport has agreed with that is needed. And so we continue to work on that, and we'll have more updates hopefully in January, maybe February, depending on that timeline. The other thing I wanted to bring up is a couple of weeks ago, I brought forward a Section 18 regarding local minimum wage, and I've talked with many of you on council about that and where that sits. So we had our Boulder Consortium of Cities meeting just this last week, and at that meeting, we found out that the regional efforts are not as strong as they once were. I believe that we do not have the rush that I presented around the Section 18, and I would like your support to hold off on that conversation for a year so that we can better prepare for that conversation as well as we can be more thorough and thoughtful. So I'm hoping that we can provide some direction to staff on whether or not we should continue to move forward as scheduled, or if we should delay that for a year. But that's what I'm recommending, is delaying that conversation for a year.
All right, is that something we would take up now or discuss in coordination? City and County Manager Hoffman?
I don't think it was a direction of council. It wasn't necessarily a vote. So I know that from a staff perspective, bringing that to conclusion would be appreciated. Straw poll.
Okay, anybody opposed to us putting this off for a year? I don't see any opposition to that, so we can discuss tomorrow in coordination. Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Schaaf.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Is there any other council member comments or updates this evening? All right, well, thank you all. Council's consideration of the consent agenda is next. The clerk will read all of the consent agenda items by title, and there'll be one opportunity for public comments and council questions and comments. Following the clerk's reading of consent agenda items 7A through 7I, we will ask for public comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 7A through 7I by title?
7A, resolution number 2022-152, approving the 2022 amendment to employment agreement between the city and county of Broomfield and the city and county attorney. 7B, resolution number 2022-157, approving a hazard mitigation plan for the city and county of Broomfield. 7C, resolution number 2022-153, appointing Dr. Charles Maines to the Mile High Regional Emergency Medical and Trauma Advisory Council. 7D, resolution number 2022-155, authorizing and approving the consulting agreement by and between the city and county of Broomfield and Icon Engineering Incorporated for engineering services related to the Broomfield Stormwater and Pedestrian Improvement Project. 7E, resolution number 2022-151, authorizing and approving an agreement by and between the city and county of Broomfield and Civil Specialties Incorporated for the Elmwood Street East 14th Avenue to East 18th Avenue reconstruction project. 7F, resolution number 2022-159, authorizing and approving the guaranteed maximum price amendment to the construction agreement with Mults Construction Incorporated for the Mesa Booster Station project. 7G, resolution number 2022-160, authorizing and approving the guaranteed maximum price amendment to the construction agreement with Mults Construction Incorporated for the Sienna Reservoir Pump Station and Pipeline project. Resolution number 2022-161, authorizing and approving the second amendment to the agreement by and between the city and county of Broomfield and Mueller and Engineering Company Incorporated for the Sienna Pump Station and Pipeline. 7H, resolution number 2022-158, certifying levies upon all taxable property within the city and county of Broomfield for tax year 2022. 7I, request for executive session to discuss personnel matters regarding the city and county manager.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments, starting with in-person comments. If there's anyone who'd like to be heard on any of these items, please come to the podium. And I don't see any online either. Does any member of council have comments on these agenda items? Councilmember Lim.
On 7B, in the hazard mitigation plan, I've paid particular attention to the part of the document that referred to the wildfire risk areas, because that has been important to Ward 3 residents along the open spaces. In one table of the document, it says that there is a community wildfire protection plan that's currently being created. And I was anticipating, there's nothing in the hazard mitigation plan that really addresses what I was getting questioned on was, what can what can we do as residents? And what direction is the city taking to plan for the possibility of wildfires? So I was looking at the document and seeing the Community Wildfire Protection Plan pointed out as a work in progress, and wondering if that will be something to direct residents to, that will contain emergency plans for wildfires in the city and things like that, and what the status of that was.
We appreciate that question, Councilmember Lim. And Lindsay McGee is here. Clay Shuck had an emergency. Lindsay, if you could walk us through what the difference between community engagement and education, as well as mitigation versus response, please.
Sure. So thank you for that question. And thank you for reading the plan. I know it's long. So the mitigation plan walks us through kind of a menu of options that are can help us in mitigating our potential risk in the future. So that plan is not necessarily to help us respond to an emergency. So that community wildfire protection plan is part of a lot of the work we're already doing with our partners at North Metro Fire, and some of the community engagement we've done with the HOA groups to talk more about personal risk reduction in your property, as well as the beauty bans and the mow bans and some of those other mitigation pieces. So that plan is kind of a multi-step approach to helping people get the information they need to know what to do for their properties, as well as what we as the city and county will do to help protect our open spaces and other properties.
So do you still consider that a work in progress as far as, notifying people of possible emergency routes or something like that?
Yes, so it's an ongoing process. I don't know that will ever be something we check off, and it will be revisited constantly. And as we learn more and as we do more of the work we're doing, I think there will be additional pieces that fall into that community protection plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other council member questions or comments? All right. Before asking for a motion, I want to remind everyone that item 7I is a request for an executive session and requires a 2/3 approval of council. Is there a motion by council that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for items 7A through 7I be approved? Councilmember Ward.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I
Councilmember
second the
Leslie.
motion.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Nope. Okay. Are we going to do roll call or oh, he's here. Hi. Welcome, Councilmember Marshall. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Does Councilmember Marshall know what we're voting on, by the way? Okay, I just want to make sure. I was like, he just popped on. He's like, what am I voting on? I want to make sure. Yes.
Jazersky.
Yes.
Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Linstead,
Yes.
Marsh Holston,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. We have one item for the Board of Social Services consideration this evening, acknowledging a review of expenditures and electronic benefit transfers for January 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 2022. The meeting of the Board of Social Services is called to order. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Anderson,
Here.
Cohen,
Here.
Hinkle,
Here.
Jazersky, Leslie,
Here.
Lim,
Yes. Here.
Linstead,
Here.
Marsh Holston,
You still here? Do you leave? Okay.
Schaff,
Here.
Ward.
Here.
Okay, I guess that passes unanimously. For who's here. And then, wait, that Mr. Casey. Board members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize. It's been a long year.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Dan Casey, the Director of Human Services, and I am here before you tonight, as I am every quarter, to go over our EBT, our electronic benefits transfers. I'm going to quickly highlight the memo that you guys have received, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions. Just quickly, I want to talk about kind of the increases that we've seen. So TANF, or Colorado Works, over the same time period last year has gone up about 30 households. And that's roughly about $100,000 in supports to families in our community. SNAP has gone up about 14.6%. Again, those are individuals or families seeking food assistance. Medicaid has gone up about 14.75%. One of the things that we've talked about previously is the Medicaid locked-in report or locked-in status as a product of the public health emergency. That public health emergency was extended by the federal government until April of this year. So I will be before you again, probably in March, to discuss that, and I'll give you some updates on that public health emergency. And that public health emergency allows folks that are on Medicaid now to remain on Medicaid until that emergency is exhausted. And if they're no longer qualified for Medicaid, they would come off at that time. The federal government has estimated that about 7 in 10 of those Medicaid recipients will be coming off of Medicaid because they're no longer eligible, which is a good thing. The state of Colorado has been a little more conservative with that and said probably 5 out of 10. And again, that's a good thing because those individuals that would be coming off of Medicaid now have either obtained gainful employment or medical insurance or benefits through some other source. And then I think there was 2 questions at the last quarterly update, one from board member Henkel around our growth in Broomfield versus our growth in our human services, services, kind of too many services there. So I just wanted to quickly highlight that we did an analysis from 2013 to 2021, and the growth in Broomfield went from 60,669 to about 76,100 in that time period, which was a growth of about 25%, just a little over, almost 25.5%. In that same time period, those major programs that I just talked about, TANF, our participation in TANF increased 51%. Our participation in SNAP increased 42%. And Medicaid is the humdinger, that increased 329%. LEAP actually remained fairly consistent, but it's lower. So our LEAP participation now is lower than it was back in 2013. And then I think board member Schaaf had a question regarding the public health emergency and kind of the notion of a cliff effect, or when federal dollars dry up, then what? How are we preparing for that or preventing that from happening? And the answer is there isn't a great answer. There are a lot of funds available right now through the state and through the federal government based on our ARPA funding or our pandemic funding. Those funds will be available in different ways, right? Mostly one-time grants through 2024. It's a good thing for us in human services that the public health emergency was extended, because that gives us a little more time to prepare for anybody that will be coming off of those either Medicaid and may need some additional supports, and our food assistance programs, where our food assistance max allotments will go back to our normal allotments. What they're eligible to receive, they'll be receiving. So probably the best answer that we've thought of on our side are a couple things. One is help build local capacity, and we need to work with our food banks and our local community nonprofits to make sure that they are prepared for this as well. You will hear next month, I will be bringing forward another memo to distribute about $1.5 million in grant funding to our local nonprofits, a lot of which goes towards these exact things, right? Those kind of safety net programs that are provided by our local nonprofits. And then again, the other piece of this is really paying attention to and keeping track of any opportunities that make sense for Broomfield and make sense for our community through federal grants or state grants and funding. Perfect example right now, we're working with some partners within the city and county, and I've reached out to some regional partners to look at a DOLA grant that is for two things. One is for housing opportunities, and the second one would be homeless initiatives. So I've already talked to Jefferson County, Adams County, and Boulder about potentially partnering. That's in the very infancy stages. There's multiple opportunities for us to apply for those funds over the next 18 months. So if we move forward with that, I will be bringing an update for you on that as well. And that, I believe, concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to stay around and answer questions.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Casey. We'll now proceed with public comments. If anyone would like to comment on this item, please come to the podium. Not seeing any. Well, then we'll go to questions from the board. Board Member Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this presentation, and I appreciate you circling back with all the questions answered. And it is my understanding that TANF is one of those programs where you have limited access to it for a certain amount of time. Can you explain just a little bit more about that? And then on top of that, what do you think that that indicates if we're over 300% increase in TANF?
The 300% increase, Board Member Henkel, was in Medicaid. If I said TANF, I misspoke, but it's
Okay, I
in
thought it was
Medicaid.
TANF, sorry. Okay.
TANF is a program that's designed to be short-term. It's temporary aid for needy families. In Colorado, it's referred to as Colorado Works. There's a work component that's associated. So anybody that receives a TANF basic cash assistance or is on a TANF program is also part of what we call enter employment. So there's a program or a process to help those individuals that are on TANF become self-sufficient. So TANF is not designed to be a long-term program. It's designed to be a short-term help while they need it. And then again, the beauty of Broomfield is we connect all of our TANF recipients are case managed by our self-sufficiency team, and we also refer them to our workforce group to help them find gainful employment. So that would be the reason that it would be short-lived, as you asked it, and that's again by design.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council member questions for Mr. Casey? All right, well, thank you so much for the update, and then we have to vote. Yeah. Next is the board's consideration of proposed resolution number 2022-154-BSS. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2022-154-BSS by title?
8A, resolution number 2022-154-BSS, acknowledging review of expenditures and electronic benefit transfers for January 1st, 2022 to September 2022.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Henkel.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? No? Will the clerk please call the roll for the Board of Social Services?
Cohen,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezerski, Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Linstead,
Yes.
Marsh Holshin,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. There is no business before the Board of Health this evening. The first item under council business this evening is a public hearing for both council and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority's consideration of proposed resolutions pertaining to Highlands Filing Number 1. I will call the meeting of the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority to order. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority.
Anderson,
Here.
Cohen,
Here.
Hinkle,
Here.
Jezerski, Leslie,
Here.
Lim,
Here.
Linstead,
Here.
Marsh Holshin,
Here.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. On-
I didn't finish.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. Well, we have a quorum. No, I'm just kidding.
Mitchell,
Here.
Nielsen, Schaff,
No. That was the other board.
Ward?
Here.
Right, Ben? Or then a quorum is present. I'll now, oh yeah, we'll follow the city's standard public hearing procedures. First, staff will present a summary of the proposal. Next, we'll have the applicant's presentation. Then we'll ask for public comments and final comments from the applicant. And finally, questions from city council members. Council and borough board members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Anna Burton-Zetti, Co-Director of Community Development and the Director of Planning, will introduce this item. We do want to give our appreciation and thanks to the developer for a very 11th hour turn coming into the last meeting. We appreciate their accommodation and welcome. It's good to see Council Board Member
Mitchell.
staff looked over and thought, who is that? Welcome, Ms. Mitchell. We sure appreciate you being here. Ms. Burton-Zetti.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, board members, City Council. This evening, there is the application, if I could have the next slide, is for property that's located within the Highlands development. The property is generally located on the east side of Sheridan Parkway and north of Colorado 7. There's two pieces of property highlighted on the screen. The property to the left of the screen, closest to Sheridan, is proposed for a public park dedication. And then the property to the east or to the right side of the screen, closest to County Road 7, is proposed for an apartment development. These are all part of the same application. The applicant is requesting multiple parts for this project. The first is a comprehensive plan land use map amendment. There is also a planned unit development plan amendment, as well as a joint site development plan, urban renewal site plan for both the park and one for the apartment complex. The apartments will be market rate, but they will also include on-site affordable units that are interspersed throughout the development. This meets Broomfield's inclusionary housing requirements. To meet the public land dedication requirements, the applicant is proposing to dedicate a property that I'll call Tract A, which is that piece on the left side of the screen towards Sheridan. And a large portion of this property will be improved for use as a public park. The proposed PUD amendment, which is applicable to both the park and the apartment site, would add multifamily residential as an allowed use for the area intended for the apartment complex. And it would also change the designation of the park site known as Tract A from being a private open lands to a public open lands. Next slide, please. The applicant is requesting, as I mentioned, a comprehensive plan land use amendment. This is for a portion of the Highland site, and it is for only for the portion that is to be utilized for the apartment complex. If approved, the highlighted area shown on the screen would be changed in the land use map from commercial to mixed use commercial. This would also be changed on the I-25 sub-area plan. The intent is to allow residential within this area of the Highlands. Since the proposed development is inconsistent with the original land use assumptions, which were the basis for the long-range financial plan, the proposed project would result in a change to Broomfield's long-range financial plan projection, with a net negative impact estimated at $575,000 annually. Additional information is found in the staff memorandum, as well as the applicant has prepared a fiscal impact analysis, which was linked in the memorandum under the key issues section. Next slide, please. The 297 unit apartment complex consists of about 14 buildings, a clubhouse, community gathering areas, bike racks that accommodate about 57 bicycle parking spaces. Those are interspersed throughout the development. These are 3-story buildings. They're about 40 feet in height. And just for reference, the maximum allowed height within this district is 90 feet. And the assisted living complex that's under construction immediately to the west is 54 feet in height. In compliance with the municipal code, the applicant is providing, as I mentioned, 60 affordable on-site units, which will be fully integrated with the other apartments. They will be deed restricted, and there will be 4 studios, 36 1-bedrooms, 16 2-bedrooms, and 4 3-bedrooms. Please note that this is a correction in those ratios from what was in the staff memo, as there was an error, but they were correctly referenced in the agreement that was attached. Parking for tenants and guests will be offered via attached and detached garages on site. on lot and on street parking throughout with 503 spaces. And electric vehicle charging spaces are provided in compliance with the municipal code. Access for the overall site remains largely consistent with the previously approved plat for this area of the Highlands. Open areas comprise about 40% of the apartment site and include a dog park, community gathering areas, a pool, barbecue, landscaped areas around the perimeter, as well as pedestrian connections throughout. Next slide, please. This is the rendering for the park site, so tract A closest to Sheridan. As outlined in the staff report, these improvements are associated on a property that's to be dedicated that's 9.69 acres. This meets the public land dedication when taken into consideration with the public park improvements and other obligations of the development. The park will include basketball court, picnic area, trail loops, along with landscaping. There's bicycle parking, a portable restroom near the basketball court, pet stations, trash receptacles, and seating along the trails. As a means of correction, the subdivision improvement agreement attached to the memorandum for reference will need to be corrected as it incorrectly referenced the amount of park area that's improved. The correct area is 3.27 acres of this 9.69 acre park are included in the improvements as shown. There's no action required by City Council for this correction. And actually, I believe that's the remaining that needs to be cash in lieu. Is that correct? Sorry. Well, I'll get that in just a moment. Next slide, please. I think my notes were incorrect. This is an image of the architectural style for the building as seen from the front, the street, and the rear interior of the buildings that offer the attached garage units. HVAC systems are screened from view by the parapets, and there's differentiation in the roof lines. Next slide, please. This is image of the clubhouse renderings. Next slide, please. Concept plan was held in February of 2021. Originally, the concept plan, if you may recall, included a standalone affordable housing site over on Sheridan where the public park is currently proposed. At the time, concerns were expressed about the standalone affordable housing site with a preference expressed to the applicant of having those units integrated into the development. There were also concerns expressed regarding losing commercial real estate to the residential development. And based on these comments, the applicant did incorporate the affordable units into the apartment complex and will improve the 9.69 acre site as open lands and be dedicated to Brimfield as a public park. In addition, in response to the comments, a traffic study was conducted and the applicant also provided a fiscal impact analysis, as I mentioned, that's linked in the memorandum. The Land Use Review Commission reviewed this proposal earlier this year in October and recommended approval unanimously with a vote of 6-0. A neighborhood meeting had been held prior in February of this year where the consultants reviewed this proposal with area residents. There were some concerns identified at that time regarding traffic, and the improvements recommended in the traffic study have been incorporated with this development. Next slide, please. Staff did identify one key issue with the proposal regarding the change in land use. As previously noted, the change in land use is projected to have a negative impact on the long-range financial plan. While there's expected to be that negative impact on the long-range financial plan, the 297 unit complex would add housing diversity to Brimfield. It is including the affordable housing units integrated into the development. New population density is also in support of future bus rapid transit station that is desired by residents and planned along Colorado 7. And there is also a public park dedication proposed as part of this development. Increasing population density in this area will also help to support the growing commercial businesses that are currently developed or under construction on adjacent properties and along Colorado 7. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Burton-Zetti. The applicant's presentation is next. Just as we ask our staff to keep their presentations brief, I ask the applicant to be concise in their presentation. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for the record prior to beginning your presentation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Ed McCoy. I'm a Senior Vice President for Fairfield Residential,
Local address is 1644 Platt Street. First of all, I want to thank staff, Judy especially, and Anna. We've been working on this project for a little over 2 years now and working very closely with staff, including the city manager's office. And they've helped steer this project to where we believe it's a dynamite project that will do many benefits for the city of Broomfield. First of all, do we have our presentation up? Yeah, Fairfield is a privately held company. We've been around since 1985. We're also doing the Arista multifamily development. So you have seen our product before you in the past. We have our whole presentation group, our whole design team with us tonight, so they can answer any questions. Before James gets up here to talk a little bit about the background of Vista Highlands, I just want to say that, in the past 2 years, we did change the project significantly. We went from having a land dedicated for an affordable housing site in a small 3.27 acre park to now incorporating all 60 affordable units into the project at 60% AMI. And the park itself, if I might correct Anna, is about 5.5 acres improved, and the whole 9.69 acres will be dedicated to the city. So we think that we've really stepped up as our game to help the city, and hopefully that the city council will also recognize that and support the land use review commission's recommendation of approval as well. Like I said, we're here to answer any questions, but I'm going to go ahead and hand off to James to give a little bit of background on Vista Highlands. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. James Spihalski, representative of Vista Highlands Development Corp. And I wanted to give a few moments of history on the overall project. Can you go to the first slide, please? Oh, second slide. One more. This is an overall view of the project. And our development team has been working on the Vista Highlands project for 16 years. It includes 140 acres total, bounded by County Road 7 on the east, Sheridan on the west, and Highway 7 on the south. Over those 16 years, we have worked with council, land use review commission, and staff to develop the property in the city's vision of a true mixed-use community. Currently, the project includes residential north of 169th, a community park, open space, trails, and a St. Vrain Valley Elementary School site for a future school north of the community park site shown in here in red. Retail, restaurants, and services. In addition, in the community park area, Tract A, one of the questions is, why wasn't this developed previously? Well, oil and gas company that owned the rights to the minerals underneath, we negotiated over the years down from 5 drilling wells down to 2. We placed them in this location. We've continued negotiations with them because we never believed that this was a good location for oil and gas wells, and I think the city would agree. We have been able to purchase out those rights. So that allowed us to change the community park area from private open lands, which we own, to public open lands, and Fairfield to build this park site in this location and dedicate all the property to the school, the city, for public purposes. The initial phases of construction, I think we can go on to the next one, was started in 2015, and we've just completed the on-site roads and utilities for the remainder of the project. Those final phases of improvements included the west half of County Road 7 on the east side, and the three lanes of improvements on the north side of County Road 7, as well as internal roadways that you see here to serve the the east half, phase 2's development of the property. As you can see in this map, the project consists of 15 businesses that are currently open and providing services to the residents surrounding the property. These include restaurants, food service, retail, and service-focused businesses. And all the residents of Vista Highlands, of the future apartments, the project residential to the north of 169th, Palisades, and Vista Ridge to the west can walk to these areas or bike. Next phase, next slide, please. This slide shows the details of public improvements in perimeter roads that have been constructed with the project over the years. and what they were and what they are today. And we completed all these improvements. During Land Use Review Commission, there were questions about traffic signals. And you can see here, the fully colored traffic signals are the ones that are installed today. And there are 3 traffic signals labeled in green as future traffic signals. We have an agreement with the city to install traffic signals when they, and in one case down on Highway 7, CDOT determines those traffic signals are warranted. So they're coming. It's just a question of when. But the full street improvements for 169th, Sheridan, north half of Baseline Road, Highway 7, and the 2 lanes on the west side of County Road 7 have been installed and are completed. And services, electric, gas, and all utilities are stubbed out to all the pad sites now. Next slide, please. This slide shows the modification to the PUD and adding of the residential. Originally, 16 years ago, the project in its entirety was approved for 800 residential units. The single family to the north only developed it into 210. So this addition of the Fairfield Apartments will not even reach at 507 the anticipated 800. So the original traffic studies done for this site included 800 residential units. So the streets around the property adjacent to it can accommodate what the traffic is generated from the commercial site, from the future Fairfield site, and the existing residents to the north. And as additional improvements are added with Baseline Road and Palisades to the east, the road improvements will get better over time. And we go to forward 1 slide or maybe backwards. Let's see. Let's go back 2 slides. One of the things here I'd like to point out is that on the east phase, we've got 2 projects that are under construction. The gallery at Broomfield is a senior housing facility that includes 115 rooms for the assisted living and memory care. That is projected to open in the spring of 2023. And that's adjacent to 169th on north side of the project. The next phase, the next project that's under construction is Broomfield Center for Orthopedic and Spine. The medical office facility includes 33,000 square feet of medical office space, a surgery center, and rehabilitation facilities, and is scheduled to open in the 4th quarter of 2023. So this Fairfield project will just add to that component of a true mixed-use component project that the city has envisioned. During the entitlement process, since the beginning, we understand that this has been a collaborative process. We work with the city, with staff to develop what the city wants. We don't do exactly what we want. We understand it's a partnership. City Council on the eastern phase of the project asked us not to build fast food pads on Highway 7 frontage. And we have not. There's a 2-story building out there with Bowler Orthopedic, and there will be no fast food pads on that side. They felt, council and staff felt that there were already enough fast food pads on the west portion. Council requested a 2-story building on the frontage of Highway 7 to eliminate the small building pad sites along the normal frontage of highways that you get on commercial sites sometimes. We did that with the Boulder Orthopedic Center and that partnership to build that great facility that will provide services to the region. Council requested that affordable housing be inclusive in the apartment complex. We had, and Fairfield had developed a project that separated it, but they requested it to include it. Fairfield has acquiesced and has included those, and they'll look like all the other units that are within the apartment complex. And finally, council asked us to look at the bus rapid transit system. How do we generate more people to support that future system, which we are 100% in support of? And there's actually a future bus rapid transit stop on Highway 7 on the south side of the project, which is walkable. This Fairfield component of the apartment complex will add that density that the bus rapid transit system needs for that become a reality in the future. With that, I'd like to hand it off to Leanne to add details about the Fairfield project, and I'm available to answer any questions about the project overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spalsky.
Good evening, Leanne Blair with Norris Design, 1101 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204. Thank you, Anna, Madam Mayor, council members, staff for your time tonight. I will do my best to avoid things that have already been said tonight, but some things will be worth repeating. As a reminder, this community is going to be home to 297 units ranging from studio to 3-bedroom. The proposed multifamily, actually, sorry, let's advance a few slides. Let's go to slide 7. Yes, thank you. You read my mind. So this proposal here, the multifamily community is well integrated into the surrounding mixed use neighborhood. And it meets the Boulder, or excuse me, Broomfield code parking requirements. The buildings are oriented along the street to activate the space and encourage walkability. And the buildings are also screened or help screen the parking from public view. The amenity spaces are spread throughout the community and include a pocket park, dog park, social gathering spaces, clubhouse and pool, and location for public art. Next slide, please. The leasing and residential clubhouse are centrally located and visible from the public realm. The clubhouse amenities include indoor fitness, community room, game room, work spaces, fitness room, and bike and ski repair shop. The outdoor spaces include a pool with sun deck and spa, cabana and lounge seating, outdoor kitchen and dining areas, fire pit, game lawn, and fitness lawn. Parcel lockers and a covered mail center is also located on the north side of the building. Next slide, please. The recently adopted standards for electric vehicle charging stations have been fully incorporated into our site plan. This map shows all of the locations, and we're actually exceeding all minimums for EV chargers, EV ready, and EV capable spaces. With our initial construction, we'll be installing 45 EV chargers while only 21 are required. Slide, please. This community will also provide residents with ample bike parking and promote multimodal transportation. Exterior bike racks are located at all building entrances and in the amenity spaces, resulting in 57 exterior bike racks or 114 bike spaces. In addition, bike racks will be installed in every garage, resulting in 256 secure bike spaces or 86% of the units. Bike racks will be installed near the corners as to not interfere with parked cars, and the hooks can be folded flush against the wall while not in use. Next slide, please. Solar panels will be installed on the roof of the clubhouse building and are estimated to produce 100,000 kilowatt hours of electricity annually, with the goal that that will be net zero for our amenity areas. We estimate a 63-ton reduction in CO2 emissions and 7-ton reduction in coal burned. According to the EPA, this annual production avoids the equivalent to greenhouse gas emissions from 15 gas-powered vehicles each year. All residential buildings are being designed with conduit run for future solar installation. Next slide, please. Some of you may be familiar with Fairfield's Green Living program, but sustainability isn't unique only to Fairfield's Broomfield projects. Fairfield has a commitment to maintaining green communities through their Living Green initiative. This is a multifaceted approach that includes small decisions like using recycled paper, providing water bottle refill stations, the use of eco-friendly cleaning products and fertilizers, and offering reusable tote bags to residents. While larger decisions include building communities within close proximity to existing or future public transit, environmental responsible building materials, energy efficient appliances, thoughtful landscape design to minimize the use of high water turf, utilizing drought tolerant plants and moisture sensitive irrigation technology. Next slide. Now I'd like to shift gears to architecture of the community. The architectural style is a modern mountain style with stone and wood style siding in a warm but contemporary neutral color palette. The architecture and building heights are consistent with the townhomes being constructed to the east and smaller than the senior living community under construction to the west. Next slide, please. This rendering before you is a view of the southwest corner of the leasing and clubhouse building. Next slide. This image shows a view looking southwest at the intersection of West 169th and County Road 7. Next slide. This image shows the view looking south to the interior pocket park that will feature a shade structure, seating, and tot lot play elements. Next slide, please. Lastly, we'd like to touch on the neighborhood park. This 9.69 acre park is located in the northeast corner of Sheridan, 169th Avenue, and of which 5.65 acres are being improved. During concept hearing, we heard comments from members of the community to move the park south closer to 169th. So this design reflects that change, and the active portion of the park is in the south half, while more passive activities and more passive uses are extend to the north. The 100-foot setback from homes to the east was also maintained, keeping all gathering and high activity spaces to the west. As was mentioned, this park includes off-street parking, including one EV-capable parking space, basketball court, shelters with table, portable restroom, open field, walking trails, benches, trash receptacles, and pet pickup stations. The park trails will connect to the existing sidewalks and trails in the community, expanding the network of walking paths and recreation opportunities for the surrounding community. During our Land Use Review Commission hearing, members of the commission had concerns over safe crossing to the park. So our team worked closely with staff to locate the best place for a rapid flashing beacon pedestrian crosswalk. Our team has incorporated that into the design, and this development will contribute to the cost of that. Next slide, please. So in closing, we'd like to thank staff for their contribution over the past 2 years. It really has been a collaborative effort that I think has made this project all the better. This community provides many benefits to Broomfield, including the 60 units of affordability, the park, the almost 10 acres of park, sustainable features throughout the community, opportunity for art, as well as the diversity of housing to support both the commercial and public transit areas and goals of the area. Next slide, please. Oh, you're already there.
Can you back it up to the slide before that? I wasn't finished reading it. It's a lot. The recap. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, while you're reviewing that, we know that the presentation tonight was a little longer than certainly staff anticipates. I know that when we went back to Mr. Spahalski after the last meeting a year ago, this is really kind of the blueprint incorporating many, if not all, of the facets that this council finds important. So when we started laying out each one of these pieces, I appreciate Norris's design saying we're grateful because now we have a better product. But it was not 2 years of super happy jazz hands in order to get us here. But I think with this type of diligent work and what the expectations and what a true partnership means, this is the product that you get. And saying yes becomes easy when it is a partnership. So we appreciate the effort.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman, and thank you, Leanne. We're gonna.
That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Great song. All right, we'll now proceed with public comments. Does any member of the public have any comments on this item? I'm not seeing any online. So we will go to questions from City Council and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion, and the time to introduce amendments for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from the board, board member Henkel first?
Thank you, Mayor. Sometimes I like to go first because then I forget my questions later on. So I apologize. I think this question is for the applicant and possibly our staff. I was just a little confused when I read through the fiscal impact analysis. That was really helpful. Actually, I'm glad that that was done. But are we using the fiscal impact analysis to leverage already existing commercial or the commercial that's already for sure approved, or is this commercial that's going to be approved one day? What does that look like as far as leveraging that commercial aspect of the fiscal impact analysis?
Anna, I'll have you, I'll have you start, and this is predicated on our team and council. We know that we have transitioned away from the long-range financial plan. The reason when this originally started, we were still relying on that stagnant 5-year plan. The intermediary of that is trying to build a transit corridor, which the long-range financial plan, you can't build out having these individual pockets or pad sites that deliver that commercial and still do the long range, which is developing that transit corridor. So although it looks as if the 500,000, and again, it's the way we were looking at it before, outside of that totality of circumstances, Councilmember Hinkle, your question would be absolutely valid. So there isn't going to be a makeup, a tangible financial makeup on that commercial piece, because we're trying to balance the two worlds, right? We're trying to get density, we're trying to get the inclusionary housing, we're trying to get the clean, and we're also trying to build that corridor. And by doing that, you have to evaluate what that 500,000 was supposed to be against all of those other things that are now become a priority.
That somewhat answers my question about 25%.
Councilmember, hopefully I can
new
answer a
commercial.
little bit more of the question. So in general, yes, additional residential population in this area would both support existing commercial businesses as well as those that are intended to be attracted to the area in the future. I think it's important to kind of review a little bit of the history here, where originally Highlands was approved with a higher density or higher cap of units, that 800 units that was referenced earlier, that there was this vision that there would be higher amount of population in this area to support some of the commercial that Highlands was also going to be producing. That this request is kind of redistributing that residential, but it's still within the total cap from the Highlands. I can't speak directly to the applicant's fiscal analysis, but in general, as we're adding some of this population on some of these pieces in this area, that additional population both supports existing as well as hopefully will be able to help us attract as we show that there's additional population in the area for those businesses.
Okay. Can the applicant maybe speak to their fiscal impact analysis? Thank you, Anna.
James Spahalski again. Yes, what we wanted to do is in working with staff in the finance department is try to study what was assumed 20 years ago in the commercial market that we lived in then compared to what we live in now, and how we could best support what commercial development could occur there now. Originally, the site was projected for a grocery store. We worked really diligently to try to get that grocery store. Unfortunately, it went across the street to the Erie project on the other corner. So we had to pivot and change things as less grocers are available out in the market, which I think you're well aware of, and large super box stores are just not being developed. And with this, we tried to study with that market analysis, in today's world, how is it best to develop this project? And how are we meeting the other goals, the sustainability, the bus rapid transit, and actually supporting the commercials there. And in what we worked with the town or the city was implementing a residential project and multifamily that met those goals, but there was a small gap in financial. And one of the other things is the other projects that have gone through in these phases have exceeded in some cases. But to my knowledge, those aren't credited to the project on the overall. It was kind of looked at myopically and not macro. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
So
it
it
gives us.
sounds- Yeah,
Go
it
ahead.
sounds like the fiscal impact analysis was reliant on the idea, from what I remember, and again, I read this a few weeks ago. I'm trying to remember it myself. Just talking about, it seemed to want to say, we're adding more people based on the commercial that is in the area. And I couldn't tell if that was present commercial, future planned commercial. I just couldn't tell what that fiscal impact analysis was referring to as far as commercial goes.
I think it's both.
Okay.
Supporting what's there, but ultimately, I mean, we look at what the city, what ultimately developed into.
Okay.
And with all the commercial in that area, there's a high volume of commercial.
Mhm.
And in today's world, that brick and mortar commercial is not what it was because of Amazon and online purchasing. And the city has revised their model to capture some of those sales tax dollars in the residential area, which I think has helped balancing that out. But from the original long-range financial plan years ago, they didn't. So it's a culmination of the latest and greatest information we have to support what's there now and what's will be there in the future.
Okay, yeah, I just want council to just be mindful of that, because a lot of times we're always promised commercial will come and then it doesn't, and then housing still comes, which is fine. We need housing too, but we need a good balance of that for sure. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have one more question for staff. It says the applicant estimated the park improvements to be $1,092,663. Did staff cross-check these improvements to make sure it's equitable instead of the cash in lieu?
Thank you for the question. Yes, so we look at the estimates to ensure that we believe that they are appropriate based on our knowledge of what typical improvements cost, as well as the park proposal, the public land dedication proposal was reviewed by staff in Open Space and Trails, as well as the Parks and Recreation and Senior Services Advisory Board. I hope I got their name correctly. I'm very
That's a
sorry if I
mouthful.
got that one wrong.
I'm impressed. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question was answered just a minute ago concerning the park and whether this was reviewed by the Parks and Recreation Committee. So thank you for that. Going along with that, I assume that the staff would concur that this is the best use for that site, that a park is needed there, and that, again, that is the best use of that site.
Thank you, council member. Yes, we do believe that this is an appropriate location for the public park. It had always been planned with the Highlands to be a private open area, but the proposal this evening will allow that space to be activated and allow the residents in the area to utilize the property. And it'll also be a visual amenity.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question for the applicant. I'm glad you brought up the Living Green initiative. And I noticed that there were a lot of aspects of sustainability that you've brought into this project. Has Fairfield explored all electric developments?
Thank you, council member. And actually, we have. We are based in California, and in many parts of California, you're not allowed to use gas at all. It's electric 100%. So that's the direction that we're going, and it probably will get here before we all know it.
Do you think that this multifamily will be all electric, or do you think that this project will continue its gas hookup?
With me this evening is Vice President Lee Busey. Lee, do you know if we're all gas or I mean, if we're all electric?
No, gas and electric.
It's gas and electric.
Do you think there's a possibility that that could go all electric, or is that pretty firm?
So we actually have this is a active debate that's going on right now. So we actually studied this. We have a community that we're working on in Aurora where it is all electric. So we've looked at it. This one, we haven't gone all the way that direction. Candidly, there's a cost component to go all electric. The HVA system is significantly more expensive.
Okay. All right, well, I appreciate you looking into that and I appreciate you continuing to study it and potentially if this leads to that direction, I think that'll be great. So thank you for that answer. Thanks, Mayor. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you guys so much for this project. Very happy to hear about the affordable units going actually into this project, not just a cash in lieu. Really happy to hear about the solar on the leasing and community building. Why did you elect to not put the solar on the residential buildings themselves? I know you mentioned they're ready for that in the future, but I'm just kind of curious what the thought process was behind not going all the way.
Yeah, thank you, council member. You know, to be frank, you know, it's definitely a cost consideration. And the fact is that when we started looking at this project, we had almost 300 market rate units. And now we're at 237 market rate units with 60 affordable units. So the finances of doing that make it more difficult, given that we're also developing the park. We had a 3.27 acre park. Now it's a 5.5 acre improved park. So we've tried to offset that, if you will, by providing other types of amenities to the city. And it also, as a company, we really try to focus on conservation, sustainability, more so than generation. The solar on the clubhouse at least allows us to have our house meters to be solar. But the buildings themselves, until the efficiency of the panels improves, if you think about it, you have 3 stories with 1 roof. So take a single family home, you have 1 roof with 1 story or, you know, 1 house. So it's just not efficient enough right now to make it work for us.
Okay, thank you. That kind of, I guess, leads into my next question about the number of units. I know it was mentioned that area was approved for roughly 800 and only 200 something were built for that single family development to the north of the project. Why did you guys only settle on the 300 now down to 260 and not do a higher building? Because I know it was mentioned the max height is 90 feet and you are doing 45-ish.
40, yeah, we're
40.
doing 3 stories. Yeah, this type of product requires a lot of parking, surface parking and garage parking. If you go higher density, even more units, you have to find places for the vehicles. And we just frankly can't park anything more than what we have. And right now, you know, we're right at we're just over the minimum required parking for the city.
Yes, well, there's always the option of not having quite as much parking considering we're going to be in a transit corridor.
I don't disagree with that.
It's coming though.
We can hope.
So there's always that option as well as parking structure, even though I know that costs more and that has a different analysis to it. In relation to the parking, I personally believe there's too much parking. But what I want to focus on is the EV charging. I know it says there's going to be 45 installed, 31 ready, and 131 capable. How are those ready and installed going to be spread out throughout the community? Are they all going to be focused on the garages? Is there going to be a mixture of?
Yeah, Councilman, they're predominantly in the garages. If you look at, we have an exhibit, if you might want to, are you able to pull that up? No? One of our slides had that exhibit? Oh, I'm sorry. Slide 9. You can see all of the red are capable, the blue are installed, and the green are ready. So we do have some of the installed in front of the leasing office, which are the open spaces, but predominantly they're all within the garages, remote as well as tuck under.
Okay, I guess my only concern, does each unit have a garage associated with it, or are some just surface level parking?
We have, I think, 42 direct access garages. The other garages are not direct access into the apartment homes. So you don't necessarily have to have a garage with.
Let
a-
me rephrase that question then. Is there an equal number of garage spaces to units?
No,
Okay. My concern then with how the EVs are, the charging stations are spread out is if someone does not necessarily get to rent a unit, whether they can't afford it or it's already taken that has that EV capability or EV installed structure, but so they don't have access to it, but they have an EV that's kind of a inconvenience at minimum for those who need to charge their cars. I know there are some at the leasing office, but that's more of an inconvenience to park your car there and have to walk however many feet to their unit on the north.
I might point out that just so we're clear, not all of the garages have units above them. We have remote garages as well.
So I'm aware.
Okay, so those would be the ones, obviously, that would be open for anybody who would wish to utilize them or to rent them, if you will. So is that your concern, is that if you don't have an apartment above a garage, you don't get one?
No, my concern is those that don't have access to a garage because they're either completely rented or used with ones that are attached, or the cost to rent the garage is too much for what they can afford. They don't have access to an EV charging station.
Yeah, so we have, well, 45 installed. So they're, you know, they're probably going to be at a premium because, you know, there's 45, but overall, we have, you know, the ability to have 207 and there's 500 parking spaces. So that'll give you the ratio that I think that you're asking about.
Okay. Lastly, I want to do focus on secured bike parking. I know it's mentioned all the garages will have some sort of rack in them, and I appreciate that. For those that, once again, don't have access to the garage for whatever reason, do they have any access to secured bike parking? Or is it just the regular surface stanchions?
So we have 256 secure biking spaces within garages, and we have 114 outside available to anybody.
Yes, my question though, for those that are not in the garage, are any of them secured in like a metal cage structure that you kind of see at some park and rides or other apartment complexes? Or are they just the regular outside locks like we have outside this building?
Yeah, please.
Piggyback response.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if I introduced myself, so maybe I should do that. Lee Busey, Fairfield Residential, 1644 Platt Street for the record. So on the bike parking, so I'll say two things. So one, and I think we spoke about this on the Arista project. So the way that we have designed our apartment homes, the 1 and 2 bedroom units on the floor plans actually have an oversized closet in them. So there's room to actually store a bike. Now, I know what you're going to say because we had this conversation before. It was about, hey, you have to walk up. If you live on the 2nd and 3rd level, you potentially have to walk your bike up the stairs. But candidly, we've studied this a lot. And when you put a secured storage in your community, 2 things happen. One, somebody breaks into it, bikes get stolen from them. Once that happens once, people don't want to store their bikes there and they put them either in their garages where they have control of them or they put them in their units. We spent a lot of time looking at this.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, Councilmember Ward asked one of my questions about why the solar isn't happening on the buildings themselves yet. And I guess I would like to echo Councilmember Schaaf's question on electrification possibilities. I just went to a elected officials meeting with United Power, and certainly their energy programs coordinator is encouraging multifamily buildings to investigate the possibility of electrification. And so I just wondered if you've engaged with United Power in those electrification conversations, because certainly my impression from that elected breakfast was that they really want to partner with developers to get the buildings moving in the electrification direction.
Yeah, so we have had preliminary conversations with United Power. So I'll say a couple things on that front as well. So because of the EV chargers that we put on the site, one thing that's changed from the very beginning is, before EV chargers were around, or 5-10 years ago, we would work with the utility company and we would size our transformers for the community. With the advent of EV chargers, the charging requirements or guidelines that the city has provided and us exceeding those, we've had to double the number of transformers on our site. So it's a significant impact in overall cost, just doing that. I'm not going to say exactly what would happen, but my guess would be that if we completely went away from gas in this community, we would be close, if not tripling the number of transformers we would have on the site. So, there's always a little bit of a give and a take. So it's, I think the EV chargers and the electrification, something has to give. Something always has to give here.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, that was not, certainly, United Power was also promoting the EV charging in their rebates for new homes for that too. So, okay. Maybe I'll go back to United Power and ask some questions, because they certainly presented it to the local electeds as a viable alternative in the area that would actually save residents money. And I guess I just wanted at the same time, acknowledge that you are doing things in this development, putting things together, as City Manager Hoffman was pointing out, in ways that we haven't seen before, that we've asked for from the dais and gotten the answer that doesn't pencil. So would you like to, I'll give you a chance to say, why does it pencil for you in this case? And what can we do? You can't speak for other developers, but certainly I'm just saying, I'd like to give you a chance to say why it pencils.
The secret recipe?
Yes. What is the secret sauce?
No,
because we get a lot of, it doesn't pencil.
Yeah. It really comes down to partnership with the landowner and the master developer. That's what really solved this for us. Is we had a master developer that stepped up that had almost 10 acres of open space. One thing that isn't obvious in our proposal is the overall size of our apartment community is 13 acres. The PLD requirement, the land dedication, is more than 13 acres based on how the code requires it. We were fortunate in that we had a landowner that said, hey, I have 10 acres of land that can go offset that requirement. So you don't have to go find that land, buy that land somewhere else, or you have to go pay the cash in lieu amount. So we were able to take the money that we would pay towards the cash in lieu, and we applied that towards making this pencil. Don't tell anybody else that.
Yeah, no, I really wanted you to hear your answer. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Spolsky.
Just one item there. Again, as Lee mentioned, it was partnership. In order to do the dedication, we had to go out and buy out those drilling rights from Anadarko. We couldn't do it without that. So we worked out and paid it and paid multiple times to limit those. And we gave them that 10 acres. I mean, that wasn't part of the deal, and we give it to them for free. Because what I've seen out of Fairfield and working with the city and staff for the past 2 years, they can do it, and they can give you 99% of what you want, and they are. So, thank you.
Thank you. That's it all. All right. Any other council member questions? Or borough member questions? Well, okay. Well, I don't have any questions. It was pretty self-explanatory. It's come a long way in the last 2 years. I can say that. Awesome. All right. So there being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. Unless, is Councilmember Marshall on? Before we to go to this vote?
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. Okay. First is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2022-146. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2022-146 by title?
11A, public hearing continued. Resolution number 2022-146, approving the Highlands filing number 1 replat F lots 1 and 9 and tracks A and B comprehensive plan amendment, planned unit development plan amendment and site development plan, and the Highlands filing number 1 replat A tract a site development plan.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Schaaf.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel?
Second.
All right. Will the clerk, is there any discussion? Schaaf first, then Henkel. Oh, sorry, and Mitchell. I'm so sorry. Do you want to go first? Well, I don't know who went first. You know, she was. Can we let
Go
Borough
first.
Member? Okay, then go ahead, Borough Member Mitchell. Thanks, y'all.
Good evening. For anyone who doesn't know, I am the school district representative to the borough board. So I want to thank all my fellow board members, the city staff and the developer, and giving us a chance to step back and improve our coordination with our fellow districts. The URA is only allowed one school district member to represent all the school districts, and we have 5 within Broomfield. So we are still working on our processes and trying to improve our communications so we can be more timely. And so we just appreciate staff working with us, and I apologize for asking you to delay until this evening to get this on the agenda. But we have talked with St. Vrain. We had some really good discussions. I think staff was very responsive, and we appreciate all of that. But I just will read the statement that St. Vrain said that although this decision will impact their school capacity in St. Vrain Valley Schools, the district supports the project and looks forward to working with the Broomfield URA and the city and county of Broomfield to ensure consistency within the URA and equity within the school district. So that's, I just want to make sure everybody understood how the school district's responding to this change.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mitchell. That was very helpful. Now we'll move on to Borough Member, Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Chair and Mayor. So, you know, when I first saw this in concept review last year, I was definitely concerned about the switch between the commercial and to the multifamily. However, there's been a lot of work done on this project since then, and I'm grateful to the staff and to the developer for your continued engagement, which has led toward a great design. This final product design incorporating so many of council's and Broomfield's priorities. You know, this design builds towards the future. It may not be all the way there, but it definitely builds towards there. And it's a great step forward in our forward thinking and planning, especially incorporating all these different elements with the bus rapid transit, with solar incorporation, EV charging stations. So there's a lot of elements that are definitely moving in the right direction. And thank you for your work to do that. I'm happy to see that you're continuing to study all electric residential developments. And you know, I look forward to supporting this project tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Borough Member, Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to take too long. I just really appreciate this project. I appreciate the amount of effort and work it went into really just doing a lot of stakeholder things that a lot of our other developers just frankly don't do. I remember sitting down with a few of you, just talking about this area, and I felt like that was really important too. Developers are always their best when they listen, and they listen to the community, and they listen to the city and county. And then when they're generous, because what happens after that is that they provide a good name for themselves. And so I will always remember all of you. And so I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Jazerski.
Thank you. Yeah, briefly, I just want to echo Councilmember Schaaf's comments. Whenever I see, we've seen this a lot in the past year or two, and when we see residential coming in place of what should be commercial, it gives me heartburn. I know it gives a lot of my colleagues heartburn as well. But as our city and county manager, Ms. Hoffman mentioned, when you work with the city and you do check all the boxes, it makes it hard to say no. So, this is a great looking project. As I was watching your presentation, I was more and more sold. So I will support this today, and, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Any other council member, borough member comments? Well, I concur. Then, seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on this resolution, number 2022-146. Will the clerk please call the roll for city council?
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jazerski,
Yes.
Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Linstead,
Yes.
Marsh Holshin,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Who was it, Mitchell? Oh, well, we're doing council first, and then we
sorry.
do another vote with her. There's 2 votes, I know.
Schaaf,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Thank you. It's your background, isn't it, James? Okay, yeah. So that passes unanimously. Now, will the clerk please read resolution number 2022-147-UR by title? This is for the Broomfield Renewal or Urban Renewal Authority.
15A, public hearing continued, resolution number 2022-147-UR, approving the Highlands filing number 1 replat F lots 1 and 9 and tracks A and B urban renewal site plan, and the Highlands filing number 1 plat A retract urban renewal site plan.
Thank you. Is there a motion by an authority member? I was looking at you. Authority member Mitchell.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Authority member Ward.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All right, well, will the clerk please call the roll?
Jazerski,
Yes.
Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Linstead,
Yes.
Marsh Holshin,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nielsen, Schaaf,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Seeing there's no further business before Borough, the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority meeting is now adjourned. The next item on the business agenda, oh yeah, thank you guys and congratulations. I thought it was more, there was more. Bye, y'all. The next item on the business agenda this evening for council's consideration includes 2 resolutions authorizing and approving agreements for air quality monitoring contracts with both Ajax Analytics Incorporated and Boulder Air. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and Danae Brouillard and Pat Gilbert are going to walk us through this item. Ms. Brouillard.
Ms. Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'll wait for just a second while we get the slideshow pulled up. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to share staff's recommendation for the 2023 oil and gas air quality monitoring program. Next slide. This evening for council's consideration are 2 resolutions. So one is approving a contract with Ajax Analytics, and the second is approving a contract with Boulder Air. The recommendations that are outlined in the memo I'm going to take this off since I'm up here. It is really hard to breathe. The recommendations that are outlined in the memo and that will be covered during the staff presentation tonight, I want to mention are focused only on air quality around oil and gas development. Staff has spent several months analyzing the data, identifying trends, debriefing what we've learned over the past 5 years, and looking at the operator's proposed schedule for 2023. Based on this, staff has made recommendations for council's consideration, again, focused on air quality monitoring around oil and gas development only. We know that there are conversations at both the state and federal levels around the overall state of air quality and that it is concerning. But that is not the focus of the conversation this evening. Instead, what we would recommend is if council desires a community air monitoring program to look at that, we would recommend that council as a body direct staff to research and prepare a future study session to discuss that further. We've learned a lot about air quality monitoring through the oil and gas AQM program. If a community air monitoring program is desired, we would want to ensure it is more than just data collection. We'd want to explore a new scope of work and objectives, including approaching it from an equitable perspective by putting monitors and sensors throughout the city and county of Broomfield, not just on the north end by development as it is currently for an oil and gas AQM program. And additionally, we need to look at more things such as spikes of particulate matter, traffic emissions, and other sources of pollution. And to do that is outside of the scope of the conversation this evening. So I'm just hoping that will help us focus on what staff focused on in the recommendation that we brought forward. Next slide. So now we'll dive into the history and timeline of the oil and gas AQM program. The program began in 2018, and there were 4 objectives that were established that we're still following today that you can see on the slide here. So the first one being inform the public regarding frequency, magnitude, duration of air quality events. 2 is inform the Broomfield Public Health regarding health concerns and air quality events benchmarked against health guidelines. 3, inform policy, future policy efforts at local and state levels. And 4, contribute to the body of data and research regarding impacts of oil and gas. Staff has used these objectives when reviewing and drafting the recommendations for tonight. In August 2018, the contract with Ajax was approved and the network went live in October 2018. The program was then expanded to include Boulder Air in 2019, with the 2 monitoring stations being added to the network in 2020. Next slide. Starting in November 2019, Broomfield Public Health began and continues to collect health symptom data from residents living near oil and gas activities. Staff pursued a data collection strategy with the University of Colorado Public Health in 2021 to gain a more comprehensive understanding. Next slide. Some history of what's happened with the contract since implementation. So we've been under contract with Ajax CSU since 2018. It's been amended 7 times since then. Most of the amendments, and I'm going to show a map to kind of give a dynamic visual of how it has changed. Some were regarding the sensor network, which has been phased up or phased down pending operations, and then the continuation of the program year over year. Boulder Air has been amended 3 times since it was originally went live in 2020, and that was again to extend it to current date. One thing that we added to this presentation was the public health study information. So $57,600 has been allocated toward that research, and Dr. Weisner will be up here later tonight to speak about the future. But what we realized is we weren't giving the total picture around air quality monitoring. And so we included that because again, it's part of the same budget and the same goals and the same objectives. So you'll see that tonight. And the reason for that is to give the holistic view of what staff is recommending moving forward. Overall, the total investment in oil and gas AQM program from 2008 to now is just over $5 million. Next slide. The chart on this slide provides an overview of the investment broken down by year. So you can just see, as I highlighted, Ajax being with us since 2018, Boulder Air coming on in 2020, and just those overall expenses. I'm not going to dive into the recommended 2023. I'll do that in just a moment a little bit more clearly. Next slide. So it's important to understand the oil and gas operations timeline when considering staff's recommendation. As you can see by this slide, construction began in 2019 at Interchange A. Over the course of 4 years, pad construction and drilling activities occurred. And as of mid-September of this year, 2022, all pad sites are in flowback or production. Next slide. The monitoring network has been modified many times since implementation in October 2018. Similar to the recommendations tonight, staff has historically reviewed data and operator schedules and updated the network to correlate accordingly. I'm going to have Jake, if you'll click, this is a dynamic map as I kind of talk. So this is going to be a layered map to show the visual changes that have happened over the years. I want to note that the map is not exact location, so that's why it's kind of blurred out. It's not GIS technical, but it's to give you a visual representation of how the network has gone up, phased up or phased down over time. So we already clicked one, so can you go back one? There we go. So this is it in 2018 and click, you'll see 2019. There was a one monitor change, click again for 2020 where we bought on Boulder Air. You'll see there was a major reduction there. Click again for 2021, 2022. So this is Q1 through Q3 of this year. And then if you click, you'll see Q4, which was another reduction, and that's where we are currently. So again, we've changed just in this year from Q1 to Q3 into Q4 based off of operations and what we have learned. And then one more click will show you where we're going for 2023, which I'll dive into in just a moment. Next slide. Okay, so before we talk about staff's recommendations, we did want to provide some background information on some of the key areas that staff reviewed before coming forward with these recommendations. So as displayed in the production schedule that I just went over, Interchange B and Livingston have been in flowback or production since October 2019 and April 2020 respectively. These pad sites are coincidentally also the pad sites with the highest density of wells. So Livingston has 18 wells in production and Interchange has 26 in total between the two pad sites. The good news is this provides a great example, and it was heavily used when reviewing the data that has and continues to be collected since being in flowback or production, including triggered events, lessons learned, and especially since Livingston is near heavy residential areas, which we're starting to see now with the development on the other side with Baseline. Since moving into flowback or production, the number of valid triggered events have decreased drastically at Livingston, where staff has further researched with our partners and identified the triggers as true events. Based on this data, we do understand that there will continue to be concerns around air quality at oil and gas pad sites, even in production. And so that's why we're not trying to get rid of air monitoring. We understand it's still important. We're just trying to scale it back. I do want to mention, let's see. This is a good time to talk about the critical piece of our oil and gas staff inspectors. So that is a part that complements what is happening with these AQM, with the AQM network. For example, preventative maintenance is going to continue in production. This includes separator maintenance, for example, which has been a concern in the past. Staff is proactively working with the operator around BMPs, best management practices, as well as obtaining schedules in advance. And staff inspections will continue to complement the contracts before council this evening. Additionally, we have seen a decrease in public health concerns as outlined on the slide here. I know noise concerns don't necessarily connect to AQM, but we did want to include it. It was a data set that we were looking at the program in totality. So you can see the numbers above, and with that nice line chart, you can see how it has dropped with moving into production. All right, next slide. So based on our review, these are the staff recommendations. And I know I kind of showed the history from 2018 to now. I thought the best way to kind of show it now would be looking at current state and where we're recommending for next year. So it's a little bit more chewable. So you'll see on the left-hand side, this is for the AJAX breakdown. So current state on the left, 2023 is what we're recommending moving forward. So right now we have 9 continuous real-time sensor systems. We're recommending a reduction down to 5. We have 5 currently of the weekly monitoring. We're recommending staying the same for that. 90% service level agreement, recommending the same for 2023. The PTRMS monitoring right now, which is currently co-located with the Boulder Soaring Eagle location, we've recommended removing. The plume tracker, we do not have part of the contract, but we have had extensive conversations with both AJAX and CSU about that being optional add-ons. And then currently we still have the resident grab canister, and I have the number 3 there because that's how many are currently being used. They are not being used by Broomfield residents right now, and we haven't had a trigger, I believe, since July. So we have seen a reduction in that program as well, and therefore that recommendation. Next slide. This is the current state and proposed future state for Boulder Air. So right now you'll see in 2022, we have 2 stationary trailers. I did break it down by trailers because there is a difference between the trailer at Boulder Soaring Eagle, which is BSC at the top, and Boulder or Broomfield North Pecos. And so you'll see kind of the difference of what those are. We're recommending moving forward with 1 trailer. It would actually be the trailer that's currently at Soaring Eagle being relocated to the North Pecos location. And I'll show you on a map in just a second, but that's because that's near where we're seeing all of the work on the pad site. So Northwest, Interchange, and United located over there instead of over towards Livingston. The VOCs, which is the focus around oil and gas, that will continue the meteorology reading. And then there was some question about methane. So I did want to mention that will continue. It was originally a Boulder's, or I don't know why I say Boulder Air, but Broomfield Soaring Eagle. And it was moved, I made a note here, to the North Pecos location in November of 2021. I did mention they have a 90% uptime in their agreement as well. And then the gas chromatography, the GCMS, would continue, just be moved from the Soaring Eagle location to North Pecos. Next slide. So this is just a simpler way to show you what I just said from a map perspective. So you can see what staff is recommending. You will see the 2 with the asterisks in the middle. We would pick one or the other based on recommendations from our vendor and looking more at the data, but it would be in that area. Next slide. So now to dive into the fiscal information for these recommendations. In the 2023 budget that was approved by council, staff had recommended and asked for $800,000 total for the air quality monitoring program. The number was based on preliminary conversations with vendors as well as conversations with the University of Colorado Public Health around the public health study. And as with many things, the estimated costs have increased now that we have the exact numbers and contracts before us. The estimated $800,000 that was requested was to cover $650,000 for the AQM network and $150,000 for the public health study. So once staff moved forward with getting the actual expenses, these are the numbers that we came back with, which, as you can see, are much higher. So again, where we are currently in 2022, we have $800,000 currently allocated, and then what we're recommending this evening with the budget line item. So the Ajax contract, as outlined, is $430,000. Boulder Air is about $336,000 for that total of $766,442. One of the things we did here, and it was a unique approach, and I'll look at Pat to help me if you have some questions, was you see a plus 10% contingency. So what we did is we understand that things can change around oil and gas, and we can only anticipate so much, but having a little bit of latitude to react quickly if we needed to around the network would be helpful. So in the resolution, we've built in a 10% contingency that we have authority with the city manager Hoffman that would give us the flexibility to pivot if we needed to change anything, if operations changed or we happen to see a different different data than what we are seeing right now and what we use to make these recommendations. So that's why that's included in there, which brings that total request to $843,000, which, as I just mentioned, is $43,000 more than the $800,000 that we originally requested and were approved for earlier this year. And the next note around that is that $843,000 does not include continuing with the public health stuff. So Dr. Weisner is going to come up and talk a little bit more about that. But the breakdown that she got back from public health is we originally anticipated it being at $150,000, and now it's $264,000. So again, the reason we brought this into the memo tonight was to give council that whole picture. So when Dr. Weisner comes forward in January with the public health, there's not a huge shock of why are we needing an additional budget amendment, because these do impact each other. So again, overall, then that budget is up at that $1 million mark, which, as I mentioned, is much higher than the $800,000 that we did get approved earlier this year. And with that, I'm going to pass it over actually to Dr. Weisner to talk about the public health study.
Thank you, Ms. Brouillard. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Megan Weisner, Senior Environmental Epidemiologist. I would like to bring forward a plan to you tonight for additional research on the topic of oil and gas development and human health. The Department of Public Health and Environment is recommending funding a 2-year health study led by the University of Colorado School of Public Health. This next phase of research would build off of what we have already learned from our previously conducted study. The research would utilize our previously collected Ajax CSU air quality data by modeling exposure scenarios from VOCs produced by oil and gas with the goal of evaluating if there is an increase in medically diagnosed conditions that can be caused by these emissions. To obtain this research goal, the following objectives would be completed. We would develop a land use regression model to estimate VOC exposure scenarios. In other words, this model will allow us to estimate a VOC exposure profile for an individual. We would then evaluate medically diagnosed conditions using the All Payers Claim database for Broomfield and the surrounding areas. This APCD database for the state of Colorado has information on every insurance claim filed in relation to a medical problem. The database would be used to better understand if there is an increase in medically diagnosed conditions in the population living near oil and gas sites. So it removes that self-reported symptoms. We would then link the land use regression results, estimating these VOC exposure profiles, to the medically diagnosed data by using multivariate regression analysis to evaluate associations between health outcomes and exposure to VOCs released by unconventional oil and gas sites within Broomfield. This research would be conducted in 2023 and 2024, and results would be provided in early 2025. So I just want to iterate that this research requires a minimum of 2 years of funding at around $264,000 per year. And the funding would be for the year 2023 and 2024, and then results would be presented in early 2025. If these results are something that council is interested in publishing in a peer-reviewed scientific journal, the research would need to be funded for the year 2025 to move forward with publishing the results, and it would be the same rate. And if you have any other questions, I'm here to answer them. Thank you. I'll hand it back over to Ms. Brewer.
Thank you, Dr. Wisner.
Thank you. And so next slide, please. In closing, again, we have 2 resolutions for council's consideration tonight. Again, looking at it through the lens of air quality monitoring around oil and gas development. And one thing I did want to mention, and I think Dr. Wisner just did capture that, is just going back to the budget briefly, that 1-year commitment that I highlighted, the 200,000+, that's a 2-year minimum. So just again, I want to be clear to council that if we fund it in 2023, there would be an expectation to then fund that again in 2024. So with that, I think that concludes the staff presentation, and we're available for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brouillard and the whole team. We'll now proceed with public comments. Does any member of the public have any comments on this agenda item? Please step up to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening, Lois Vanderkoy, Broomfield Heights. I've been involved in Broomfield sustainability and oil and gas efforts since 2015, and I've learned a lot, as have some of you. I sent you an email and will be brief as I usually write better than I speak. I encourage you to redo the contracts with Ajax and Boulder Air in the following ways. Number 1, fund Ajax for a year to analyze and publish their data on pre-production phases. Discontinue the monitoring, as it likely won't help much in capturing less frequent emissions during production. At this point, publishing research results will be a more effective tool than gathering data to change policies and regulations. It will also cost less than what is proposed, and I know the city has budget concerns. Number 2, fund Boulder Air's current operations, including measurement of ozone and particulate matter. Since their data are regulatory grade, cost efficient, and in real time, they will continue to be helpful. First, they provide assessment of industrial emissions on air quality regionally as well as locally. Second, they provide residents with data that can protect health. Third, as shown by past experience, their method is an adequate way to monitor production and old infrastructure. Number three, while I understand the need for further health research, I'd like to know more about the proposed health study as you consider spending about $790,000 over 3 years. Dr. Weisner answered one question about obtaining the medical data, symptoms, as well as distance from pads. And I hope that data would be, sufficient. And these are insurance claims. They aren't people visiting the doctor. In gathering that data, and the land use regression model developed, if it involves a regression statistical approach, can it be used with current Ajax and health data? Finally, can at least some funding for this research come from other sources? It would seem possible to me, given the value of this research. These are some of my questions and ideas, and thank you for listening and for your work on these complicated matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roxy Jula Lachmore. I have been here for more than 35 years. This has become one of the biggest wasteful use of money that has happened here in years. And now you want to waste another $1 million just so that a college can do a paper. I don't think it's fair to the taxpayers to have to pay twice. We already pay the state money. And one of the things that state money pays for is for oil and gas monitoring and other items done. We also pay to the federal government tax money, which one of the things that tax money goes to is to monitor and help the states and the local take care of all of the oil problems that we have. This basically takes care of Anthem. And this is a heavy load for our community to have to pay out all of this money. The previous money's already been paid. We can't get that back. But it doesn't mean that we have to waste any more money. And as far as a college study or medical study, the previous study didn't show anything and couldn't be positively said that oil and gas was harming the people that was here and the very, very few of our residents. So to continue on with this is a waste of money. And like was mentioned, we do have a budget. Now, you can go ahead and put that in the budget, but sooner or later, something has to give. So for the future, just keep thinking about it. Something has to give, or you can just bankrupt the city, or we can go and get some more bonds and start paying for some more stuff on some bonds and owe more and more money. Have a good night.
Thank you. Any other public comment? I don't see anyone online. So questions from City Council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. I had one question, and that was actually about the budgetary trade-off. So if whatever amount we reduce this program by, is that money earmarked for anything? What are we planning to do with those savings?
It's hard to earmark it until we have a sense from council what it looks like. I mean, we don't want to go through an exercise. It's just like how we fund it, right? Is out of the general fund. It's not a set aside oil and gas fund.
So I guess previously there were discussions about using this money to fund sustainability programming. Is that still on the table or?
Yes. Again, the difficulty with the increase of cost. So when we were originally looking at what that transfer would look like, we were fully staffed in oil and gas. It's no surprise to anybody here. And I want to take a moment to those inspectors that are here in public health, Danae Brewer-Yard, particularly. It's been challenging. So it kind of all went up in the air when Andrew Valdez made a decision that was great for him and very difficult for us. So staffing those positions are difficult. Equally difficult is where we are in sustainability. So again, the 1-for-1 that we were hoping to be, if we saved 400,000, we would automatically transfer that 400,000 over there. It's not as easy as doing that, particularly with the increased costs. So even though with the recommendation that we have on the table right now, you're looking at a reduction outside of the health study, right? We weren't anticipating $1 million health study. We were anticipating $150,000 health study. So there aren't savings.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. And I did note that it is 8 PM and I think some folks on council need a break. So I have a list of speakers. I'll put you down, but let's go ahead and take our 10-minute recess now because I think that this will probably be a lengthy discussion if that's okay with everyone. So it's 8:01. We'll be back at 8:11. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And we are going to resume questions from council on the air quality monitoring program. Next up, we have Councilmember Anderson. Yeah, you're up.
Okay, I was like, we're still trying to come with questions. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I do have some questions for Boulder Air, and I do have some questions for staff. So I guess these first, where's Dr. Helmig? Oh, there. Okay, so I have some questions for Dr. Helmig. Sorry. What is the first question is, what is the value of keeping the ozone and particulate matter monitoring at the Broomfield Soaring Eagle trailer, since there are other regional monitors?
Yes.
Identify yourself.
Yes, good evening, council members, mayor, and everybody else in here who's listening tonight. So I'm Detlef Helmig. I'm the owner of Boulder Air, who's been contracted by the city for conducting the monitoring. As we've heard previously in the past, we've been, and we currently still are operating 2 stationary air monitoring sites, one at Broomfield Soaring Eagle Park, and the second one at Broomfield North Pecos. And the main location of those that has the larger number of measurements is at the Broomfield Soaring Eagle Park. And that one includes monitoring of ozone and particulate matter. The federal government regulates a number of air pollutants, and those include ozone and particulate matter, and sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, and carbon monoxide as well. Of those, we're monitoring 3 at Soaring Eagles. Those are nitrogen oxides, ozone, and particulate matter. For those pollutants, there are air quality standards established. They're called NAAQS, National Ambient Air Quality Standards. The government, federal government, watches very closely how ambient levels of these pollutants at monitoring sites compare to the standards that have been set by the government. Of the 3 regulated pollutants that we measure at Soaring Eagles, there are 2 that in the previous 3 years since we've implemented this monitoring have on several occasions, actually on many occasions, exceeded the standards. So when these standards are exceeded, then the location, the county, the state faces classification as being in non-attainment with the air quality standards, which then triggers government action to improve air quality. So this gives the community, the public, the tool to pursue, request information, regulation, trigger regulation that would ultimately result in an improvement of air quality. And I have some numbers here to show you more clearly what this means in numbers for these 2 pollutants. So for ozone, in the year 2020, at the Soaring Eagle site, there were 14 days where the National Ambient Air Quality Standard was exceeded. The standard is set at 70 parts per billion, which is actually a relatively weak standard compared to other nations. If you take Canada, the European Union, Japan, they have all standard thresholds that are lower. So the United States, it's actually less protective than in most of these other countries. And it requires a measurement of 71 parts per billion, and that's ozone measured and averaged over 8 hours to be in non-compliance with the standard. So if you take that 71 threshold that it actually is, in 2020, we had 14 exceedances, actually with a maximum of 92 parts per billion. So the standard is 71, and we had an 8-hour averaged maximum of 92 parts per billion. So this is not just marginally over the standard, this is way deep in the non-attainment. In 2021, we had 43 days where the standard was exceeded. And this year in 2022, we had 17 days. This year, the highest value was 79. Last year, it was 88. And in 2020, it was 92. And when the 3-year running average is more than 3 days per year, a region is considered non-attainment. 3 days a year on average. And again, we had 14, 43, and 17. So we're deep, deep, deep in non-attainment for the ozone national ambient air quality standard. So again, this emphasizes the severity of the poor air quality we unfortunately have in this region. The other variable where we exceeded the national ambient air quality standard is fine particulate matter, or PM 2.5. And I looked at the data here as well. There, the standard, it's a little bit different here. What's used is a 24 hours average value for fine particulate matter. The standard is set by the EPA at 35 micrograms per cubic meter. So 35 micrograms per cubic meter for a 24-hour average. Very remarkably, in 2021, we had 7 days where the standard was exceeded, and the maximum 24-hour average was 77 parts per billion. So that's more than 2 times the standard threshold set by the federal government. In 2020, it was exceeded 6 times with a maximum of 50. This year, in 2022, we had no exceedances of that standard with a maximum recorded value of 27. Again, the standard is 35. The third variable we're measuring that's regulated by the government are nitrogen oxides. For nitrogen oxides, we have not exceeded any of the air quality standards set by the government. We provide these data in real time. They're reported on a website. Real time meaning that anybody can view current levels of these pollutants and respond to the actual current air quality conditions as they feel necessarily, depending on their health conditions, their sensitivity to these pollutants. That's different than what the state is doing, where many of these pollutants are reported with some delay. And the data, I think, I find very difficult to find and understand. So our objective was to make this data readily available so that they are, in the hands of the public, allowing them to respond to current air quality conditions.
I think just to kind of clarify that question, like, okay, so if we remove the ozone and particulate matter at Broomfield Soaring Eagle, and there isn't any at Broomfield, North Pecos, and we would not have that data coming in for Broomfield, can we rely on the regional network or the purple air monitors? And like, how do the purple air monitors
Yeah, it's
compare?
a good question. The current measurements at Soaring Eagle are the only ones within Broomfield County providing ozone and fine particulate matter measurements. The state, to the best of my current knowledge, is not monitoring those within Broomfield County. They're monitoring these variables in other locations around the state. There are both regional and local patterns of these air pollutants. So, a certain fraction of the observed levels of pollutants is driven by a larger scale regional background. And on top of that, you have local influences that cause differences in the observed pollutant levels, depending on location. And having these multiple stations now across the Front Range, we've actually learned a lot about where these pollutants are coming from, how they're transported across the regions, and where there are hotspots with higher levels versus moderate and possibly lower concentrations. So if we were to remove the ozone and particulate monitoring at Broomfield Soaring Eagle, there would be no other data available from within the county. There's, as I said, measurements in neighboring counties that have, some value, but they wouldn't tell you with confidence and accuracy what the levels within Broomfield are by itself. The second question you asked is if, I think you mentioned purple air monitors. So purple air monitors, those are very small battery, or I don't think they have a battery, USB cable powered monitors that cost about $250 a monitor, compared to our system that costs about $25,000. So the monitoring we're doing for particulate matter relies on a GRIM E180 instrument, which is regulatory approved. It's approved by the EPA. So the same instruments that CDPH is using to monitor compliance with the air quality standard. So that's about 100 times the cost of the purple airs. It's a calibrated measurement. You can perform quality control calibrations to have very high confidence in the monitoring data. I would say from my experience that when we do audits and in the comparisons, we see these monitors agree within 3, 4, 5% accuracy with each other. Very much in contrast, the purple air monitors do not have a calibration protocol. There's no quality control possible with the sensors. We've found on multiple occasions that they disagree with each other, or that monitors that have come from the manufacturer didn't work properly. There's a big difference in how these different systems capture air pollutants. What we find with particulate matter, this is very different compared to ozone, is that we get these spikes. It goes up very quickly. You have a pollution source, a plume with particles from many of those are from mobile sources, or an engine turning on for a short time, a start of operation, and you see these spikes, and there's many of them. And the proposal we provided to city staff on its last page has comparison measurements that we conducted in Commerce City, comparing the GRIM monitor with the purple air monitors. And it's very apparent, very clear how the purple air monitors, unfortunately, are not capable of capturing all these pollution spikes. They follow the baseline reasonably well, but they miss the pollution. I would say from our experience in Commerce City, the purple air misses 95% of the pollution. So they're kind of I would call them make me feel good sensors, since they capture the background, but they unfortunately miss what I think is most concerning when it comes to particulate pollution and health effects, which in an urban area mostly lies in spikes and pollution spikes. And there are many of them, dozens to hundreds per day when you're in an urban environment.
Okay, thank you. I have another question related to the location of the trailer. If we scale this program back to just one trailer, what was your recommendation to staff on the location of the trailer, considering the community scale monitoring piece of it?
Yeah, well, it gets a little bit into the history. You know, the Soaring Eagle site was established in response to citizen concerns, worries that were expressed on the air quality, their exposure to air pollutants. And intentionally, we established this site in a location that's well visible so that the community knew, you know, their pleas for air monitoring was responded to. It's within a park, close to a parking area. It's been visited many times by citizens. It's been recognized by the state. The governor came out for one of the oil and gas bill signings at that locations. We have given tours to legislators, to the public, to educators at the site. So I think it has a very high educational value. It's been well recognized. It's been in the media. Data that have been produced at the site have been recognized by the state on several occasions. And very much in contrast, Broomfield North Pecos, it's at the end of a dead-end road in a field, and I think very, very few people in Broomfield know it is there. We've never given a tour. We've never had a single visitor there. These two monitoring locations have serve different objectives of different purposes. The North Pecos one was cited to monitor pollutants from nearby, there's 5 nearby well sites continuously. And I think that's been very nicely accomplished. The Soaring Eagle monitoring site informs the public, neighborhoods, residents, park users about air pollution in the places where they live, where they walk, where they run, where they recreate, where they use the park. So there's different benefits and different objectives between those two monitoring sites.
And I think you answered, my next question was, how do you see the Broomfield Soaring Eagle and or the Broomfield North Pecos sites contributing to the goal of contributing to the body of data informing public policy at the state and local level? And I think the answer to that was, it is the only site, and we do need that data. Jimmy, anything additional there?
Yeah, I would very much think so. And I think in my last presentation I gave here, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 months ago, I actually had a slide that summarized legislation that has passed for the last 3 years, attempting to control, reduce emissions from different sectors. So there's been a lot of attention given to air pollutants. And I think a lot of that interest in the data has been produced at these locations that have been operated here in the Front Range, supported through local city, towns, and county governments. And I think the Broomfield Soaring Eagle monitoring has made a very significant contribution to that. We've also identified, on several occasions, particular pollution sources, being those Livingston well pad operations or a pipeline leak that have reaffirmed our concerns that some of these operations do have failures or do release pollutants that haven't been on the radar screen for both us as local communities as well as at the state level. And I think these data have been really valuable in bringing that to the attention, here, but also at the state. And I think some of the regulations, laws that have been passed have been motivated by these observations.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all my questions for you, Dr. Helmig, but thank you very much. And then my next questions are for Dr. Weisner regarding the health study. And I apologize that I'm not that familiar with this next phase. I think it's because we haven't seen that much information. So I'm trying to understand this here tonight. But so regarding this next health study, would this be, as we talk about medical claims and building on this previous study, are we looking at, the first study was the random group of respondents. Would this study only focus on that random group of respondents, or is this like switching over now and looking at medical claims based on those who submitted health concerns and check the box that they filed a medical claim? Or how, I'm trying to know how you're going to,
That's a great question, Councilmember Anderson. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to respond to that. So what I mean by when we'll build off of the previous study that we've done is this previous study informed us that upper respiratory and certain acute symptoms like nosebleeds were of concern in the group of individuals that responded to our survey near oil and gas. Moving forward, we will take what we learned from their responses to help inform how we'll look at the medically diagnosed data. So we're not going to at all go back to those residents or use the responses they gave us or even pinpoint their households or anything like that. So they informed us that it's the acute responses and upper respiratory that we need to be concerned about. So we'll look at that all payers claim data, that medically diagnosed data, and we'll pull out medically diagnosed codes for upper respiratory and acute symptoms for people that visited their doctor. And we'll take a look at that and we're going to sort of redefine our study area. We're going to expand it, and we're not just going to look at symptoms in Broomfield because we know, we've learned AIR is not confined by jurisdictional boundaries. So we can, and it doesn't cost us anything additional to look at symptoms that are expanded a little bit out into Adams and Boulder counties. So we can do that with that all payers claim database. We have to purchase the data for the entire state of Colorado anyway. So we would just query it and look at a larger set of medically diagnosed claims around Broomfield and around these 6 pads.
Okay, and I am not familiar with the all payers claims database. Is that like just a general number or is that like specific to house? I'm trying to figure out how to get past HIPAA.
Oh, yeah. So it's very hard to get this data. We have to go through IRB, as you can imagine. You can't just, roll in and say, hey, we're going to do a study and we'd like to get access to this data. It's housed by the Center for Improving Value in Healthcare, and we have to pay for the data. It is quite expensive, and there are a lot of licenses and data user agreements that we have to go through. So obtaining the data takes months. So that pushes the research into a longer time frame than we expected. Dr. McKenzie is familiar with the data. She has used it. She is not permitted to use the data she's seen from the database to apply it to our study now. You cannot do that. You have to reapply to see the data. And of course, the data we would get would be updated to the most current all payers claim. So I'm not sure how updated it is, but I imagine it's sometime within the past year. It's all medical claims up to maybe the past year or something like that. So the data, once we have access to it, it has to be cleaned. So you have to query it out, and that takes a long time. She said it's a little bit messy to work with, but it is the best data set you have for looking at medically diagnosed claims. So it removes that bias that so many people scrutinized us about our previous health study about.
Okay, so that actually leads to the next question was, do we have a statistically, like based upon what we know and how many people, something a lot of people, like if you have a nosebleed, you're saying, okay, I have a nosebleed, I don't have a nosebleed, but you wouldn't necessarily go to the doctor. I know people who went to the doctor because they had so many nosebleeds where they had to go get the child's nose cauterized. And that's a different situation than, like a nosebleed or two or some additional migraine headache. So not everybody would probably have filed a claim, but it's the more significant ones. There's also reports of like neurological symptoms. So this would only be looking at very narrowly focused upper respiratory. And do we think we actually have a statistically significant number of claims?
So I can't answer that because I haven't seen the data set, but I don't have reason to believe we don't have enough medical claims because this is everybody that has health insurance in Colorado that goes to the doctor or anybody that's on Medicaid or Medicare. The only people it excludes are people that self-pay and don't have insurance. There's no code to submit to your insurance on what you went to the doctor for. So it is a huge database. I'm pretty confident that we would have a very significant number of medical claims to look at, and we wouldn't just focus in on upper respiratory and nosebleeds because there are going to be some limitations. We would also look at like gastrointestinal. We did see our children within 2 miles of these pads had a greater increase of gastrointestinal issues. So we could look at things like that as well. So I'm saying upper respiratory and acute because those were our significant findings, but we could also expand it into some of the other things that we learned from this past piece of research.
Okay, and that leads to another question, which is based, go ahead.
Yeah, Councilmember Anderson, I think also getting to your point of the question around the methodology we're using for our population and understanding the difference of what we did from the health concern data, which is random sampling going to people and having them complete a questionnaire. This is using the land use regression and the air monitoring data to define that exposure, and then looking at the all payer claims database to look at the health claims. So it's not doing a random sampling anymore of trying to identify individuals. The air monitoring data is going to define what that population looks like.
Okay, so it's not necessarily within a mile, it's based upon the movement of the air. Okay, that is helpful. And then just forgot what I was gonna ask, but based upon the number of you won't have this number off the top of your head, but as people filed claims and health concerns, did a lot of people check that box? Do you recall if they said like, hey, I also went to the doctor? Or just out of curiosity, that doesn't change the study.
There's not a lot of people that say they have gone to the doctor. In the previous piece of research we did with Colorado School of Public Health, we didn't ask, did you go to the doctor for these symptoms? But our Broomfield File a Concern line, where we've collected over 1,000 symptoms, we do ask, have you gone to the doctor? And I don't have the percent off the top of my head, but there are a certain percentage of people that say, yes, I did go to the doctor about these symptoms. And I could also, to your point, pull all that data and say, let's focus in on this, So we have a lot of information we've collected that can help us inform us moving forward to make this a really successful study.
Okay, and then I think this is the final question on this. I'm sorry to keep asking more questions about it, but so we're now we're looking back at some of the data that occurred over the past 2-3 years when oil and gas operations were at their peak, and there were a lot of, and we saw that we had this huge increase, several hundred claims, and then back down again, that really followed with the development. So here we are now in production, a new phase, needing to understand what do well emissions look like in production with the separator maintenance, well swabbing, whatever failure or leaks or spills might come our way. And this is kind of retrospective, looking back at a different phase that super valuable because it informs the state. And yet now we're looking to support, I absolutely support this, studying and collecting more data and trying to better understand it, but it just really feels like we should be looking to the state to fund this and saying, we'll share our air quality data, we will share, all these pieces, but we really need the state to put some money into the study. Have we considered that option?
Yes, and I wholeheartedly agree. I think a lot of this funding could and should come from the state. When I've had conversations with the state, they sort of say things like, well, there might be some funding coming down the pipe from APCD in the future for that. And I feel like this is a little bit time sensitive. We've built a really strong relationship with the Colorado School of Public Health. And if funding from the state could take a long time, that could hold up the research and possibly, discourage it from happening in the future.
And Councilmember Anderson, just to be completely transparent, 2 things when we've approached the state about this is they feel like Broomfield's been well covered. So where they're looking to expand air monitoring and funding is not in Broomfield. Secondly, when we've approached them about funding the health aspect, that's not what they're funding through the air monitoring funding. They're specifically looking at air monitoring. So what we're doing is above and beyond when we're looking at health data.
Thank you. And my time is up, but I will highly suggest to the CODCC that they help to take this on. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So that one council member's 5 minutes of questions took a half hour. Please be concise in your answers because we can't do a half hour per council member tonight. We just don't have the time. So thank you. Try to keep your answers concise. Next is Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. I will keep my questions concise and hopefully I can pinpoint the question. So I have a couple questions for staff. And while they're coming up, I just want to say that we have to keep the focus on this air monitoring on oil and gas. If we want to have a larger conversation regarding ozone and community scale monitoring, we should do that at a separate time. So my first question for staff is what factors, be it financial, scientific, land use, operational, et cetera, drove the staff recommendation in consultation with our contracted partners with CSU, Ajax, and Boulder Air for kind of this reduction in air monitoring? What was kind of that driving factor or maybe driving factors in that decision?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Chef, for the follow-up question. There were many factors that we considered. So one was looking at, again, the operator schedule. As Councilmember Anderson just mentioned, the peak, we've kind of got through that peak with everybody being in flowback in production as of September of this year. So we went back and really looked at Livingston and Interchange B, which were the two that have been in flowback or production the longest and what we've learned from their events. The flowback production, I want to clarify because those are different terms. I think flowback at Livingston was in April and full production was in June of 2020, if my recollection is correct. And so we went back and looked at triggered events from there. Again, if they were valid or not, as we know, sometimes there are errors in that in maintenance or downtime. And so the ones that were valid based off of future or continued analysis, we then decided, okay, what was the triggers? Again, those are some of those separator maintenance, things that we know are going to continue, and then looked at where is our staffing with inspections? How are we working with the operator? How often are those scheduled? And then how can we beef up during those times to be prepared? So that was one thing. We had a pretty good case study to look at. And again, Livingston and Interchange B are our most dense pads. So everything coming after that is much less. And I should say Interchange as a whole, A and B. So 18 and 26 wells. So that was one piece. Another piece that we had many conversations with Boulder Air and with our partners, Ajax Analytics and CSU, kind of what they've learned as the technical experts from what we've seen over the 5 years. And then actually Dr. Helmig kind of provided this in his answer around the recommendation for the Boulder Air and around the ozone and the PM2 2.5 being removed. He kind of talked about the different objectives. And we would agree that the North Pecos one was to monitor the well sites, and it has been nicely accomplished, as Dr. Helmick has said. And so that's why we want to keep it where it is, and the recommendation of removing ozone and PM2. And looking again at that being a regional issue. As Dr. Weisner said, air doesn't stay in just our jurisdiction. It's a bigger conversation. And so again, that was outside of the scope of what we were focused on. And that's what drove the recommendation.
Okay, great. Thank you. And you answered my second question. So that is all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim.
Yes, this is for staff. First of all, you made a statement that you were, in looking at maintenance that's scheduled, that you can anticipate problems. This is what I understood. Anticipate problems because you receive a schedule from the operator. And that's what I understood you to say.
Thank you. Let me clarify.
And that you have BMPs that you can suggest to mitigate the scheduled maintenance. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, so that's, thank you. Let me clarify. So one is looking at trends. So again, historically looking at what's happened at Livingston since production, the triggers have been, some of them have been around maintenance. So one I think was around a valve and one was around separator maintenance. So we have reached out to the operator. I know there's been past conversations around that. And yes, that is anticipated for the 10 separators at Livingston. For that maintenance, preventative maintenance to be completed in January, February of 2023. And so we can't anticipate what's going to happen. The goal is that nothing happens. That's what should be happening. But our inspectors can complement our air quality by being out there on site with their visuals and looking during times of that maintenance. Does that clarify
Yes,
my language?
It's new information.
Yes, it is.
And it wasn't clear in your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's at least good news that we could anticipate the separator maintenance. And I'm not what BMPs are you referring to?
Yeah, so in the past, I have it up here. There were 2 BMPs, and I think actually Councilmember Lim, we just got this information today, so it would come out in your oil and gas update on Friday. So I'm just getting a little bit ahead based on the questions. I got this right before the meeting, following up to your questions around separator maintenance and the concerns that we have at Livingston around preventative maintenance. So there were 2 BMPs, for example, that we were working with Civitas as well as with COGCC around that separator maintenance. One was leaving the piping in the encasement longer so that it could cool off before pulling it out to minimize ambient emissions. And we have confirmed with the operator that they're able to do that. And additionally, the field crews will begin cooling the separators the day prior to the work being confirmed. So that's an example of where we're trying to proactively, we know based on trends where there have been incidents and trying to proactively be ahead of it with our staffing. And then the other one was to put a filter on the vacuum truck that is used to vacuum the residue off of the pipes. And the response back on that and talking to the COGCC as well is that that filter can actually create additional hazards that aren't necessary. So that would be a BMP, for example, that they would not use. But to answer your question, the goal is, again, building this relationship with the operator, being proactive when we know that this maintenance is happening and complementing it with our staffing.
Okay, so if this is going to happen in January or February, and we are not sure if this is going to be effective or not, I would ask, why aren't we keeping Broomfield Soaring Eagle in place until we know this is effective?
So again, I think the answer for the Broomfield Soaring Eagle is just focusing on the greater ozone and where the pads are. I mean, if we wanted to keep it in place for 2023, that could be amended by council. But again, we haven't seen enough triggers to justify. We think that we are covered within the network with what we have with Ajax. And it's not complete removal of coverage. It's just moving the Boulder Air component. So I think I might look at my staff here for this better answer around the Boulder Air and coverage with Ajax in the area. Let us follow up to the question on that.
I mean, I have not, when we had separator maintenance exceedance in the past, the wind direction, the trigger was at Anthem, the Anthem sensor on June of 21. So, you can see the airflow is not necessarily going to go towards one sensor on the Livingston pad. In that case, the air direction would have gone towards Broomfield Soaring Eagle, the trailer.
I think so, Councilmember Lim, just to clarify, but that trigger was captured by our Ajax system.
Yes, that
will still
sensor is not going to be there anymore.
Right. So maybe Brent, I could ask, I believe the one that we are keeping in the area though spatially would cover that still.
Context. Brent Buck, Ajax Analytics CEO. It's good to see most of you again. Welcome to the new people, council members. You are correct, Councilmember Lim, that the number of sensors you have, the more sensors, the higher probability of capture of events such as new maintenance activities. Separator maintenance creates a pollution plume. The more sensors you have in the area, the more likely you are to capture and record that. However, I think staff's recommendation is based on the fact that we have fewer events during production activities. So do we really need to pay for greater coverage when probability of events happening in the first place is lower? That is, it's a philosophical question, ultimately coming down to your desires and your budget. The more sensors you have around a pad, the more likely you are going to capture anything that does happen. That is correct.
Are we going to have any future scheduling for swabbing? That's the other production operation that we have had exceedances in the past. We just had an exceedance on December 1st at Interchange.
And that's currently where Interchange B is, where the swabbing unit is currently located, and both in the past and still, and has stayed on site continuously. So that would be a continuous process happening at Interchange B.
So we will not necessarily know when they have been to Livingston to swab already, and certain wells. And we do not anticipate that Extraction is going to tell us when they're going to show up to swab the well to encourage production. Is that correct?
That is correct. And that's something that staff could continue to work on with the operator. That would be new, but they have been amenable to trying to give us heads up again so that we can work together to make sure we're making the best public health decisions for Broomfield.
Okay.
And Councilmember Lim, I think, and for all of council, we are never going to reach 100% coverage, capacity, preemption, preventative. So when we capture these, it's the same conversation that we're having with, do we move in the direction of a community air quality monitoring initiative versus continuing to layer having an air quality community effort along with the oil and gas. So to Councilmember Schaaf's question, the factors that drove the staff recommendation, first and foremost, it's not budget, because council has been limitless with this budget. There has not been a time that any recommendation, initiative, additional staffing, additional testing, additional sensors, additional studies, it has been come and we will do. So budget has not been a part of it. What has been a part of it since 2020 was everybody's fingers crossed, hoping and praying that we would get through to December of 2022, when they would be in production, when we know that those phases of operation that create the most safety havoc in the air and on the ground, from fires, explosions, a whole host of other things. So it would, from 2019, the program was this. 2020, the program was this. 2021, the program is this. As they narrow their operations, it was a logical assumption on our part, which is that's what I don't want staff to be in a position of having to fight for this proposal. What is on the table is what we think is correlative to the operations and the phases that we are in now, which is production. You will continue to have a full-time 24/7 monitoring. Again, the air quality monitoring is but a piece of this comprehensive oil and gas approach. So when we're looking at, really the bottom line that we're looking at tonight is removing a Boulder Air trailer. That's the bottom line. And adding about $1 million for a health study. So when it comes right down to it, it's do we move into, on an existing contract, moving into a community air quality monitoring or not? Or do we have a separate initiative that says regionally, partner-wise and otherwise, again, CDPHE, COGCC, as long as we continue to produce these reports and this information, the likelihood of them funding it, because they don't have to. So again, when it comes right down to it, it fundamentally is as simple as the locations strategically, which is why there's a reduction from 12 Ajax sensors to 5. The canisters go from 5 to 5. The grab council, the canisters that we continue to pay for the Adams County residents is removed, and one of the trailers is removed. So again, financially, it's not a difference. It's about a $300,000 difference without the health study. So we either incorporate into, now we move away from oil and gas into the ozone air quality community region capture area. And the proposal that's on the table tonight is to surround our production, which is the phase they're in now. Thank God that they're in that phase that they're in right now. And for us to learn and adapt and adjust as we have every single time there's been one of those incidents. continuing with the 24/7 coverage, continuing with the level of inspections. And those sensors are strategically placed, as is the Boulder Air, to surround as much as possible that production area.
Okay, I'm supposed to be sticking to questions. Do we have wells still in flow back into 2023?
Yes.
Have we had exceedances in flow back with sand trucks being emptied?
In history of the program or within 2022?
With the sand separators?
We would have to go back and look at the data more comprehensively to answer.
Okay, so if we don't have all the wells in production yet going into 2023. Do we know what the emissions will be of 69 wells? How many is it? 69 wells in production yet. Have we had 69 wells in production this year? Do we know what that will mean with emissions as far as any kind of maintenance that they do in the next year?
One thing to clarify, I think, is flowback is part of production by definition. So we are in production right now. There is sand can emptying happening one time a day at, I believe, at 3 pad sites currently. United, Interchange, A and B. Yeah. So we have 3 sand cans out there. They are being emptying one time a day around 1 p.m. So that's been a reduction again as we move more into production. But flowback is part of production. So I would argue that what we have for Q4, so Q1 through Q3, we scaled back for Q4 based off of that happening in September. And off the charts that I showed in my presentation, we have seen a reduction in our triggers. We have seen a reduction in public health complaints, all of those things which helped drove the staff recommendation this evening.
And what is the cost differential between what the staff is proposing to move 1 trailer to Broomfield, North Pecos and remove the ozone and particulate matter, and to keep the plan as currently in place?
So to keep the plan as a status quo for Boulder Air, it would be, that's $455,317. So it's the same as what it is for this year without inflation. So that Boulder Air would cover that. So the cost difference from what we're recommending tonight to go to 1 versus keeping 2. So what we have currently with the ozone, with the PM 2.5 tracking, it's $119,390 difference.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try and be quick, but since I've only been here 1.5 years and not for the full 5 or whatever it's been, I had a philosophical question because I understand when this all began, we did the air quality because we didn't know what was going to happen and there wasn't data. Now we're several years and we have data and you can sort of predict what will happen. And as people have stated, we've detected plumes and things, but the air moves. We're not able to capture it. We're just capturing that it happened. Correct? There's nothing we can do to make the public health any safer. We can just note what happened, correct? So I'm trying to understand going forward, we're going to keep collecting data. And the only rationale I can see in the sense that the data will probably be similar to what the data we've already collected is if we weren't there, what would the oil operators do? I suspect that this has more of a preventative measure power or has some sort of ability to leverage or keep the operators on their best behavior than if we didn't do this. Is that a fair statement, you think? Or am I asking too much of you?
I think that's, I'm looking at Manager Hoffman to.
I think that's fair. And Councilmember Cohen, the majority of the technical modifications are because of the boots on the ground. So again, the air quality, but you're absolutely right. I mean,
Well, to that point, then I'm curious and if you might respond to Dr. Vandekooi's, I thought, compelling idea. Sorry, that's okay.
It's getting clarifying information. Sorry.
In terms of if our real value at this point is just keep them on their toes and do their best to be safe. To Dr. Vandekooi's point, is there any value to, scaling back Ajax, focusing on what Boulder Air is doing in those particular areas?
I think
As the
there's-
most effective means to do that at this point.
Sure. So I think there's two parts to the question. One is Ajax data being used for the public health study. And I don't know if Dr. Weisner, if you want to add anything to that, how that data is used. So if we did scale it back, how that would impact the public health study future.
Yeah, I'll try to be really brief on this. When it comes to public health, Dr. McKenzie and I have had extensive conversations on what the best air quality data is to inform our public health study. And it's the way Ajax collects the data as in those short sensors that they have, and it's not averaged out. And we have seen these exceedances that go beyond the health guideline values, for example, for benzene, although the time duration may not be there. We have a really good handle on how we can use the Ajax data. The Boulder Air data is a little bit trickier for us to work with. So moving forward to continue with Ajax data would help us understand in the production phase what it looks like, because this coming year would be the first year we would have all the pads in production, and it would give us we have good data for the last 5 years, and give us another year of data to help us understand, keeping things kind of the same.
So that follows my second question in terms of the public health data. I'm trying to understand the value to Broomfield specifically of continuing, or especially this $1 million idea of the health study, how that, as you already stated, you're collecting data from beyond Broomfield.
Yes, Councilmember Cohen. So when we embarked on this and looking at the health data, obviously the health guideline values have not been all that helpful because we don't exceed those health guideline values. In our residents, we saw a lot of concerns, complaints when we're below the health guideline values. So then we dove deeper to look at the health concerns through that random sampling. What we're going to get with this study is just validation through the medical claims data to further support our hypothesis that we are seeing health health impacts from oil and gas. But I cannot make any guarantees of how that will be received by policymakers, by our commissions, by others. I could just say that it will be further substantiated if we were presenting it to say we compared it not just to self-reported concerns, but to actual health claims payers data.
You're saying there is value to the data you've collected. To that end, I mean, we've already put $5 million in. I would think that with the amount of data we've already collected, that would be very compelling to seek grant funding from NIH or somewhere else. As to Manager Hoffman's comment, as long as we're paying for it, the state's not going to step up and say, let me pay the check. We get that. But I would think, isn't that a possible avenue to go forward to other, NIH and other interested parties that might be interested based on the data you're already coming with a fairly healthy data set?
Yes, and we can obviously approach and submit those applications. That being said, when you're going for an NIH grant, we're one of,
the odds aren't great. I understand that.
Yeah,
they have a lot more money than we do.
Yeah, it'd be a competitive process just to put that into place. And then I would say the only other potential impact of that is the timing. When would we get it funded, and would we?
But comes back to, we're talking about a regional or statewide impact of what the data is telling. It isn't going to tell us anything specifically that's going to help Broomfield.
Yes, primarily this data is.
Otherwise, we're just making a gift to the world.
Yes, yeah. And just to be clear, that was the intent of this program, as we knew what we could use the data for locally, but more importantly, it was to advocate for policy change at the state level.
But when we started, we didn't have necessarily an endpoint determined, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief. I think Councilmember Cohen, I'm kind of on the same wavelength with you. You pretty much asked almost exactly what I was going to ask in full. I'll just say that I was skeptical. I've been skeptical of the ongoing need for any air monitoring going forward. It's always been my understanding that, that this was to really, protect the residents. And, as Councilmember Cohen's mentioned, we've gotten a lot of data. It's questionable as to whether any of it's been actionable to date. So given what I heard tonight, also from Dr. Helmig, that the North Paco sites, done a great job catching the pollutants from the nearby well sites. And it seems as though that Soaring Eagle site, as he mentioned, was really more of a general air monitoring site. Didn't really seem to address what we're trying to address, which is the pollutants coming from, I don't know why I'm saying that word weirdly, but the pollution coming from the oil and gas site. So just to sum it up on a really high level, it's my understanding of what what staff has been recommending, particularly with Boulder Air and going down to just the one spot there, was that this is what is reasonably necessary for us to, basically keep extraction in check and to protect our residents. Is that sort of the summary? That's what I'm getting from it.
To the best of our ability.
Okay, yes. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. And then with the health study, we're not voting on anything with that tonight, is that right? It's just for an FYI, something that may be coming up in the future?
Mayor Pro Tem Jazerski, that is correct. It's just the staff will prepare a resolution for council's consideration in early 2023. And it was just the budget implication. So we wanted to make sure council had that
Okay.
Prior to that conversation.
Okay, and I have similar skepticism or questions that Councilmember Cohen just brought up as to how it was going to specifically really help Broomfield residents. So I'll just keep that in mind in the future. But I guess the only question I do have is, it seems to me it's rather unusual for a municipality to be funding a general study, a university study, really, that's going to be published. I mean, I would guess that would be coming from, as Councilmember Cole mentioned, federal funding, maybe foundation grants. Go hit up Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, something like that.
Dr. Weisner?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Jazerski, I do want to mention that the funding is always in the back of my mind. And I reached out to the COGCC's air quality consultant several times this fall, because I have heard they have funds available. I have yet to make contact and get a meeting scheduled with her. When I mentioned to CDPHE, we would love to see some external funding. They pointed me to the COGCC to reach out to ask for funding from them. So I am exploring those avenues. Yeah, thank you.
Well, super appreciate that. And I guess my question / point was that it seems to be, it's just a municipality funding research like this would be fairly unusual. And I mean, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I think we'll have that discussion coming up, but.
Well, a municipality funding an oil and gas program to this extent that we have is unprecedented.
Okay.
Let alone the health study.
Okay. Well, this is a discussion we're going to have though, right?
For the health, yes, we
Yeah.
again, we didn't want council because the original number that we were looking at was 150, which again, everything is relative. So 150,000 in and of itself for a study, we had to swallow hard on. But then when it came back that really it was a 2-year commitment, but you really wouldn't do the 2-year commitment at 250,000 a year if you weren't published. So that's why we're looking at it from you're either all in or you're not going to do it. So that price difference was something that is not budgeted. So we didn't want sticker shock or have council say, we talked about this at the oil and air quality monitoring. Why didn't you give us a heads up? So that's all it is. Mayor Pro Tem is just a heads up.
Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel?
Sorry, yeah, those were just all of my questions. I just have comments later on. So Councilmember Cohen asked my exact questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? Well, I guess my question is, we're moving out of enforcement and we're moving into more of an environmental protection type situation. So at what point does all of this move into the public health as a public health directive and out of strategic initiatives, which is truly oil and gas enforcement?
That's an excellent question. And it's one that we have been, so I don't want to completely freak out Jason.
I'm sorry.
So
Director Volley.
I think that part of the piece is having that separation. It's been very difficult to have kind of the potpourri coming out of sustainability and strategic initiatives, right? And so it's that cross-pollination of the group, which has been exceedingly hard. We've had some really key, really great people leave because again, it's the hat that you wear. And so Mary, your question is really timely, because if we move into this arena of public health and the study and any kind of additional air quality monitoring, whether it was Boulder Air or we do another RFP, it really should, Jason, it really should be in public health. The current strategic initiative group of oil and gas, and they are fragile as well as I look out. We don't want to create shifts or havoc there. So the thought is that would remain in strategic initiatives. And Jason has been really clear with the public health stuff. Sounds great. Don't do that oil and gas thing over here. So that's why
The research and the measurements and the studies, this is all environmental health. So that falls under your purview.
It does, but to be clear, again, air quality and air monitoring is primarily a state responsibility.
Right.
There are some county health departments that do engage in it. Boulder County, for example, Denver. But again, that's more of the exception than the norm. And to Dr. Hemlick's point, yes, we could have this air monitoring for ambient air quality, and we can use that to inform our residents, but we get back into that same place around enforcement.
Yeah.
When it comes to what are we going to do with the data? So we're back to how do we coordinate
But
with
we could
the,
never use it for enforcement.
correct. Yeah.
So
if we move that direction, I just want to be clear with council that it would still take us coordinating with the Air Quality Control Commission, going to them, presenting the data, and then seeing what action they would take. It wouldn't be a Broomfield public health action.
Got it. Thank you, Director Volling.
So, yeah, so I just want staff to know that no decisions have been made about any kind of shifting gears or any of that. Thank you, Director Walling.
But doesn't that make sense? Okay, thank you. Good. I got validation. All right. So that was our first round of questions. I guess I'll do a second round if anybody has, and it is strict 2 minutes. So if you have a second round, Councilmember Lim.
I'm wondering what technical information the staff used in determining that any exceedances during production at Livingston will be captured by Boulder Air at North Pecos. I am not looking at this system, these air quality monitoring systems, as an ozone or particulate matter capturing. I am looking at these systems as protecting the health and safety of the concentration of residents near the Livingston pad.
Councilmember Lim, if I'm understanding your question correctly, we believe we'll still have the coverage with the Ajax because the incidents that did happen at Livingston were captured by the Ajax system, which we are still going to continue. They weren't captured by the Boulder Air trailer.
They were captured by a sensor that's no longer in the Ajax system during the separator
So you're
maintenance.
referring to the location of Soaring Eagle, not the Boulder Air trailer itself. Let me pull up the map of what that area looks like. Can you pull up the staff presentation, please? And if you can go to slide 12. I'm hoping this will answer what you're getting at, Councilmember Lim, of the coverage that is still around the Livingston pad area and the current Soaring Eagle location. With the 2 continuous weekly monitoring up on the left and the sensor system.
Is the continuous weekly monitoring is in Anthem Ranch? Is that correct?
Yeah, so near the Livingston, and I'll defer to Brent too to provide some more technical explanation, but that's near the area, and that's why we have placed them where they are, so that there is still the coverage. Even though the Boulder Air Trailer, so the location, the co-location of the canister is not at Soaring Eagle, that's what's in the vicinity of the Livingston pad area. And I'll pass it to Brent.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Lim. We provided a lot of the data that they analyzed to make these recommendations. And the point I would like to make is, as Manager Hoffman said, as the oil and gas operations shrink, the basic concept was the network could shrink along with the level of operations. The data that fed these recommendations was primarily based on what we saw at Livingston and the first interchange pad to go into production. And that was a sharp decline in the number of events. So the Ajax sensors are primarily geared toward catching and identifying those big plumes that no one previously knew about. We identify there was a plume. That ultimately, we get enough of those, and that's what turns into the BMPs that staff was talking about. We have new BMPs. We're wiping down or cooling off equipment before we operate on it. Those are designed to reduce those emissions. So from a monitoring location perspective, the concept is if there are going to be fewer events based on our past experience and on some of the newer BMPs, do you maintain a large network surrounding those pads so that you can capture the event no matter what the wind direction is? Or do you just kind of cut back to the number of sensors to align with the probability of a problem occurring? And that's where the recommendation is today. And the primary data that went into that, to your question, is fewer events, smaller probability of having an event, therefore fund fewer systems. That's about the best I can do. So thank you.
Okay. And this is actually another question for Ajax. So this is not related to what we've discussed so far. So there was a clause inserted into the contract that the malfunctioning sensor systems with more than 8 hours of continuous downtime will be replaced with a cold pair system within 2 business days of confirmation of the issue. So can you define confirmation of the issue?
Yes. So that boils down to the spectrum of issues that we see with these sensors that are out in the elements. Most of our downtime issues can actually be resolved with a system reboot, right? So we send someone down, they stop, the system started up, like most technologies, like, wow, it suddenly worked, wonder why. And we kind of watch and try to figure out. Other times, we go through a simple reboot. We might have to open the sensor up in the field and look for any loose wires or problems that could be field resolved. And only then, kind of as we go through that troubleshooting tree, do we decide, okay, this system needs to go back to the manufacturer or get bench tested and bench fixed. That would be the moment when we identify that we have a non-field resolvable issue that would require a cold spare. So that's why we give ourselves a little bit of a buffer to say, well, we want to identify that we have a problem that requires our cold spare before we go lose one of our cold spare systems when we have, we could have just flipped a switch. Does that answer your question?
Yes. I had a situation recently where the sensor was basically down for a week. And I had notified the staff the sensor was down. And then a week later, it was the staff responding, yes, Ajax is looking into this. I mean, that is not what I define as
2 days plus.
2 business days of confirmation of the issue. So to me, this means there's a shift in that what just happened with that one sensor that took 7 days to get fixed is not going to happen again. Is that correct?
Absolutely, we've endeavored not to. I will remind you that our contract states 90% uptime. And the cold spares, 2 days before we put a cold spare on, those are all things that we offer to give more confidence. And, we're dedicated to keeping these things up to the best of our abilities. And granted, you call out the one of, I think, 3 times that we dropped the ball in the last 5 years. Ultimately, we track to that 90% uptime percentage. And that is our core contractual driver. That's the point where Broomfield can come back and say, you screwed up and we want something in return.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
And I have one question for you, friend. Just looking at that map made me think of this, and the map just disappeared. So as we're reducing the sensors, just one per a pad, and where there's like double pads, it's just one per the double pad. Okay, so I take it, say, for instance, like by the Livingston pad, there's the blue dot, and the 2 yellow, which used to be sensors. Was the blue location to the southwest, was that chosen because the most triggers occurred there?
Actually, we kept that Livingston, that one sensor, when staff directed us to cut down to 1 sensor per pad. We accepted that as we could still capture something with 1 sensor per pad. Like there's probability we can capture events. The one sensor that's to the west of Livingston, we primarily treat as our kind of upwind baseline site. So with every network, you kind of want 1 sensor away from your targets so you can have something to judge against. Are we seeing a regional shift upward, or are we seeing a shift upward because of some pad activity? That site has historically been the least active site. We see the fewest triggers. It kind of sees clean mountain air most of the time. So that's why we decided to keep that one as our comparative site.
Oh, that's okay. That's interesting. Okay, 'cause
I will qualify that with during the Livingston production activities, pre-production activities, that was a very active site. But since that point, it's been pretty quiet.
Okay, so now I'm just looking at this map going, and then the yellow dots are the Ajax continuous weekly monitoring site. So now we only
The neighborhoods.
everything monitoring Livingston. Okay,
Correct.
that's helpful. Okay. All right, thank you. That's all my questions.
I believe there's one missing there. We do have, I think there's a blue dot behind that yellow dot. So we have 2 Ajax systems at Livingston, one upwind and one that's predominantly downwind. So there are 5 in the recommendation. You only have 4 blue dots there. There would be 5 blue dots.
What about the community scale monitoring at the very south? Is that?
That's a mistake in the map. So that's only a weekly monitor site, yellow dot.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2022-163. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2022-163 by title?
11B, resolution number 2022-163, authorizing and approving the agreement by and between the city and county of Broomfield and Ajax Analytics for Broomfield's air quality monitoring program associated with oil and gas operations.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
Yes, I move that resolution number 2022-163 be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Shah?
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Henkel, you had your hand up, or did you want to?
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts aren't all together right now, but I will say that from the beginning, many of us have said that we know that this data is going to be sent to the state. Why doesn't the state provide the funding for this? I will say we've said that since the beginning. I've been highly frustrated that the fact that we can have, exceedances, and that doesn't really do much. It's sad because our residents are really highly impacted. And I don't want to take that away from the citizens, but at the same time, it's very frustrating to not really do much about it. We've said this time and time again. We've pushed the CDPHE. I just want to remind anyone who's listening to this, we have pushed the CDPHE when they actually came here a few years ago. And we said, hey, what's going on with all of our BTECs? What's going on, with this cocktail of chemicals that they're putting into our air? And they said, well, we really only have about 20% of those actually studied. So I will say, I feel like, the state put us in this mess, I'll be honest, because that was their law. It was the state law. And they should be paying for it. All that said, I appreciate staff's really intentional thoughts on these and in planning this and trying to figure out where are these trends happening. And so I really do support, staff's recommendations here because there are times where we have to really rely on other people to be partners here. So the particulate matter, ozone, we have to rely on those systems outside of our systems to really measure these things. It makes me sad that we have to have the best and the greatest. And then the state, I will say this, I feel like the state is stealing from us. They're really stealing our data. And it's really frustrating because it's at the cost of our residents, not only of their health, but of their money and of their time. And it's just highly disrespectful that the state does not even seem to care. I'll be quite honest. So that's where I land with this for right now. And I support staff's decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. We're here having this conversation because of a lack of trust. We can't trust the producers to be responsible to protect the public that surrounds their sites. I struggle with this recommendation because I'm watching Keystone Pipeline flowing oil. I'm watching the Gulf of Mexico deluged by breaks in the production cycles that take place. I mean, I see this all over the place. We all do. I know that city manager has been anxious for us to get to this place where we're at production where supposedly they're not going to be the same risks of any kind of plumes or releases, but I don't trust that that's going to be the case. And I think there's several of us here on council feel the same way. I would prefer, and I appreciate, by the way, City Manager Hoffman's comment about going to a regional monitoring system. I don't know when that might take place. I don't know what that might look like. It's too soon. We don't know that. My preference would be to keep the Soaring Eagle site in place for the time being, give it another year or so as we develop our strategies to go to whatever that next level would be, so we can continue to assure the public that we're doing what we can do, which is to do everything that we have the power to do that would give some credibility and hold the producers accountable. And the only way we can do that is, as been said from the dais, is by monitoring the air and making sure that when something does take place, we can call them on it. Otherwise, we can't. So I struggle with, the intent is great. And I agree with my colleague, the staff has done a great job here, but I don't trust yet that the movement to this next phase is going to protect all of our residents from any future plume releases or any other kinds of issues that are going to come up. So my preference would be to keep that monitor at Soaring Eagle in place. I will take a moment to say also on this health study, I would agree with what has been said by Councilmember Cohen. This is a great university study. Let the university go and get the funds. I don't know that the next phase of this study for $1 million is going to do anything more to protect the public. We already know that we have problems. We may want to prove it in more detail, but I don't think we should be paying for it. So I go along also with Councilmember Henkel. The state's got to pay for some of this stuff. Other people need to pay for this stuff, not Broomfield taxpayers. And so I'm really struggling with these recommendations tonight. So if there's not a change in this proposal on the monitoring to retain the Soaring Eagle, then I'm going to vote no for this particular resolution. I may be the only vote on that. And then again, as we come forward with the study on the health side of it, I'm going to be looking for, and I appreciate, by the way, you're mentioning you've already talked to various agencies, but I don't know what we're going to gain from the next level of $1 million investment that will protect our residents today and tomorrow. That's what I'm most concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Leslie. And just to let everyone know, there are two different contracts. So this first vote is for the Ajax CSU contract, and the second resolution will be for the Boulder Air contract. So they are two separate agreements. So we're on the Ajax CSU. And next is Councilmember Lim.
I am hesitant about cutting back to the 5 sensors just because of their history of reliability. I am hopeful that Ajax has, as it has said it has, learned some things about how to judge when the sensor really can recover and when the sensor can't recover and needs to be replaced. So I intend to support the Ajax portion of the scale back of the system, as is stated by staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marsh Holshan.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to apologize for earlier, the noise in the background. My daughter's 8th birthday today, and she was really excited about something. So I'm struggling with this as well as my colleagues that have mentioned. I agree absolutely that the state really should be paying for this, and frankly, the operators should be paying for this. The state should be making the operators pay for these testing. They're polluting our environment, and we know they are. We have the data to prove that. And really, it's frankly a lack of leadership on the state's part to be able to make this happen. That being said, if we don't do it, who will? And the oil and gas development isn't in my ward, and I have to have to take into consideration what the residents of Ward 1 need. But at the same time, we have to really look at what is good for the community of Broomfield. And like I said, I struggle with this one. I'm going to support these resolutions tonight because I do think it is essential that we have the data. But I really hope that we can find a way to move forward at the state level with getting the state to require the operators to pay for this as a statewide concern. But that's a different discussion. So that's all I have tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Cohen.
Just real quickly, I think one reason we're here is we already indicated before we would do one more year. And this is what the staff has brought the proposal forward. So I support that. But I do think the challenge next year is finding an exit strategy. Once you start, it's hard to stop, but we have to stop financially. So hopefully that's 2023 decisions, how to get out of this situation we're in. I don't know if our member of the State Board of Health will be of assistance.
Me. Yes.
Maybe has some ideas, but
do.
I will support this as this is what we asked for too. And I think the value is providing a level of protection. If we didn't do it, the operators would not be as careful.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
So are we making comments on both? Is there another time for comments? Make all the
Yes.
comments now? Yes, there is.
Yes, we have
Okay.
two separate.
So these are general, 2 seconds. Okay, just so, and this is just related to both, and I have comments specific to Boulder Air next, but
Clock's ticking.
I see that.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure I'm hearing some comments that are saying that, like looking at this, like potentially like Boulder's Soaring Eagle site or something else, or some special communities monitoring site. But we need to remember that the residents living up in this densely populated area near the Livingston site, this isn't some perk for them. These are wells that were approved in 2017. These residents have been living near these large scale hydraulically fractured well sites for several years now, and we don't know what production is going to hold. We don't know what that looks like. And I honestly, it's kind of disheartening to hear that we think that this is some kind of, that this is some special community skill monitoring, where this is actually looking at the oil and gas operations based upon the SIP inventory is the greatest contributor based upon the precursors, NOx and the VOCs that result in ozone. And so we're looking at this population that is the specific hotspot. And I don't know why that's, we need this data to continue to inform state policy. I'm gonna say Broomfield is amazing. They have been weighing in on these policies, everything from the, cumulative impacts and the, and just most recently today is the kickoff of the SIP hearing. Our region remains out of ozone attainment. And the only way we're going to get back into ozone attainment is if we have this data and we go to the state along with Erie, Longmont, everyone else is in the same situation and continue to move in that direction of reducing the pollution from the oil and gas industry, as well as tailpipe pollution. So I will save the rest of my comments specific to Boulder Air, but I appreciate that we're continuing the monitoring, and thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yeah, no, I sat in on the COGC meeting when the Earth Justice presentation was made to try to actually take action on the cumulative impacts edict that they were given with the passage of Senate Bill 181. And it was the same old finger pointing. Well, we really should go to the CAPHE or the AQCC or the RAC because they handle air quality, yet we're not going to do anything to dial back the fact that we keep green lighting more oil and gas production, even though it's contributing to the ozone non-attainment. It's somebody else's job. And this is exactly the same circle that we all feel like we're in on a hamster wheel. It's Groundhog Day. It's not us, it's them. So I hope to be able to make a difference in those rooms where decisions are made and to really bring that voice of the communities that are impacted by these large scale operations and the money that it's cost us to try to protect the health and safety and environment without any help from the state. So stay tuned on that. And we will now move to, we got a motion and we got a second. So will the clerk please call the roll?
Leslie,
No.
Lim,
Yes.
Linstead,
Yes.
Marsh Holshin,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jazirski.
That passes 9-1. All right, next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2022-164. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2022-164 by title?
Resolution number 2022-164, authorizing and approving the 2023 agreement by and between the city and county of Broomfield and Boulder Air for Broomfield's air quality monitoring program associated with oil and gas operations.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Schaaf.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Hinkle.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Councilmember Lim.
I would like to propose an amendment to the Boulder Air proposal. I move that we continue the Boulder Air monitoring program as currently configured with both the BSE site and the Broomfield North Pecos site. If we continue this air monitoring program as is, the cost of the increase over the current staff proposal would only be $119,390. And it would provide the current coverage of that Livingston Pad area, which has the densest population. It has always been looked at as an area of concern. We do not know what is going to happen during the production phase with 69 wells in the area. We do not know what is going to happen with separator maintenance enhancements We do not know what kind of exceedances are going to happen during swabbing. And we do not know what other kind of maintenance activities we may encounter during this first year of production. So I propose that we keep both Boulder Air sites during this first year of production to protect the health and safety of the residents who live both near the Livingston pad and those that live nearer to the North Pecos site.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim has made a motion for an amendment. Is there a second? Councilmember Leslie.
I second the motion.
You beat you, Lori. All right, is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, Councilmember Anderson.
Sure, I will just repeat my concern about continuing this monitoring as we, and especially this need to continue. We had this baseline at Broomfield Soaring Eagle. It's continued, it's robust monitoring, and that is the site that has been monitoring ozone and particulate matter. And those two components are so significant as we continue weighing in on rulemaking and future legislation to finally bring our area back into ozone non-attainment. And I cannot stress enough that ozone is a long irritant. The VOCs coming off these well pads, they are carcinogenic. So this is something that we absolutely need to keep monitoring. And I strongly support this amendment. And thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Other? Councilmember Henkel.
Can I just ask a question, maybe staff?
I'm sorry, that's the 4-hour mark.
It's like COVID.
I know. It brings me back to a not so fun place. Yeah. Might be triggering. Oh, thank you. COVID times. Sorry,
I know.
Councilmember Henkel.
It brings back bad flashbacks. So I appreciate Councilmember Lim bringing this forward. And I understand, the concerns here. Could staff just maybe answer, maybe I'm just not understanding the technical pieces of this. What is the difference between having it and not having it? I mean, really, what are we looking at as far as like percent accuracy? Because it sounds like particular
Councilmember
matter.
Henkel, the public hearing is closed.
I
now.
know, but
Okay.
during these discussions, I mean, it's literally my only
I'll-
question, and then I won't even comment.
Okay.
Up to you, Mayor.
I'll let you do it, but the time for questions has passed, so hurry up.
So that's just my question. What's the accuracy on what we're measuring versus what is already being measured by others for particular matter in ozone?
So specifically, we have proposed to remove ozone and particulate matter. So that's at the Soaring Eagle location, and then that will go away in the staff's recommendation. So that's not moving to North Pecos, it just goes away. And I think Dr. Helmig talked about this, and I'll look at Dr. Weisner as well, but the purple network is where we do have a location up by Anthem. Dr. Helmig spoke a little bit about the difference in sensor quality, and that's a community-based program. So people will ask for those, whether they are calibrated, those pieces are different than what Boulder Air provides. But again, looking at it through oil and gas development, air quality, that's why staff had recommended removing the ozone and PM 2.5 from in our recommendation. Does that
Because it
answer
has
your
nothing to
question?
do with, I mean, it has something to do obviously with oil and gas development, but there's other factors in there like traffic and other implications that don't really pertain to this particular program. Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So, first of all, I'm hesitant about making an amendment on a contract. This is something that we've done in the past, and it didn't go well. So I'm hesitant to put an amendment on a contract. I would prefer to table this resolution if that's the desire of council, to have staff, direct staff to negotiate with Boulder Air to resolve the issue, if that's the desire of council. I do not support this amendment. I think that, we heard from staff why the recommendation was made, what the rationale is. And I think that, we can talk about that this is only $120,000-ish, more expensive than just having the one site. But I think that, we have to take this in totality, that, just as we approve development agreements with how it affects the neighboring residences and how it affects the rest of the community, I think that we have to make these decisions in that same way. So I do not support this amendment. And I would caution my council colleagues that if this is the direction that we're going to move in, to table this would be a much better decision tonight. Thanks, Mayor.
All right. Councilmember Lim.
I did discuss this possibility with Attorney Rogers. So I didn't know if she was willing to address. I did discuss if we pass this amendment this evening, would we need to bring the contract back to council, or would staff have enough direction in order to go forward in the background and to finish the contract? Could you address that?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Lim, if that's okay, Mayor, if I respond. We did know this amendment was coming, and staff, like they do with all amendments, did do some preparation. This option to stay with the status quo was one of 4 proposals that Boulder Air had. So we have those general terms. I do think we have sufficient direction by council tonight to know that we go back to the 455 and we go back to the current status quo with both trailers. In resolutions where you approve contracts, there's a clause that says in a form approved by the city and county attorney. And that gives me moderate wiggle room to maybe make changes that do not alter the underlying substance. So I do think if this amendment is approved, we could get back with Dr. Helmig with Boulder Air and have something signed immediately like we did if the amendment fails.
All right. Thank you for that, Ms. Rogers. Any other discussion? All right, we have an amendment and a second. Well, and we're going to vote on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Lim,
Yes.
Linstead,
No.
Marsh Holshin,
Yes.
Schaff,
No.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
No.
Hinkle,
No.
Jezerski,
No.
Leslie.
Yes.
That's a tie. I vote yes. So that passes. And now we will return to the vote on the amended resolution. So do you have to read that? Or you already did? So now we'll vote on the amended resolution.
Just because we are dealing, if I can jump in, just because
Absolutely.
we are dealing with a contract, and as Councilmember Schaff said, it is odd to modify terms of a contract via amendment, and council's approved it, so that's their direction. But I do want to make sure we are all on the same page. So this new contract that the resolution to approve the contract would be to approve a price point of $455,317. And the statement of work in general would change to retaining air monitored trailers at Soaring Eagle and North Pecos in their current locations. Just want to make sure everybody's clear on that.
Got it. All right, so now we're going to vote on the amended resolution.
I see Pat coming up as well.
Can I just add a
The
clarification?
devil's always in the details on.
Oh, yes, thank you,
contracts.
Gilbert.
Because the way the resolution is drafted, currently it says there's a 10% contingency, but since we're doing the normal, what the status quo on the Boulder Air, my recommendation that would be that the amendment exclude that contingency language because we don't need it because we have that price. So that would be my recommendation.
And what's the best way to amend it, Ms. Gilbert, or to take that language out?
Yeah, I think that it would be to remove the contingency language in section 4.
Okay. Do we need to revote or is it something that can be done? I don't know. I'm lost here. So guidance.
Member Lim, this is your amendment. And if we're trying to get back to what status quo was, Deputy City Attorney Gilbert is correct in saying that's the status quo.
Yes, the contingent is, my understanding was the contingency provision was in case we would have to enhance the the network for additional operations.
Yes.
And that does not apply to Boulder Air. It applies to Ajax.
Yeah, that is correct.
So it's fine to think that we're removing that contingency in the Boulder Air contract.
Then I would say that I'll make that change in the final form that we'll work on this evening.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Rogers, and thank you. Ms.
And just for
Gilbert.
clarification, that contingency language is not in the contract, it's in the resolution.
Okay. All right. So now we will vote on the amended resolution. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Marsh Holshin,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jazirski,
Yes.
Leslie,
Yes.
Lim.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Moving on. Thank you all very much for hanging in there for a couple hours. Moving into the final item under council business this evening is a request for council's direction regarding the prioritization of proposed 2023 ballot initiatives and clarification regarding the purpose of and a timeline for the Charter Review Committee. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum.
Hey, Mayor, we skipped one.
Oh, I'm so
And the
sorry.
council calendar should come.
Oh, I did. Okay.
I'll do it really
Hi.
quick.
No. I scrolled past it, Crystal. I'm so sorry.
No worries, Mayor.
Please, it's all you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. If you can believe it, we're discussing the 2023 council meeting calendar. So charter requires that council meet at least twice each month. Council procedures and rules of order set the meetings on the second and fourth Tuesdays of each month and allows for study sessions upon the request of the mayor, council, or city and county manager, and are typically scheduled on the third Tuesday of each month. In the proposed 2023 schedule, we have recommended the second and fourth Tuesdays for the regular meetings and the study sessions on the third Tuesdays. You have the full calendar in your memo for review. We'll just review the recommended changes. So for February, we're recommending rescheduling the February 14th meeting to February 7th to accommodate the NACO Legislative Conference in Washington, DC. Reschedule the March 21st study session to March 14th to accommodate spring break for Adams 12 and Jefferson County. And reschedule the March 28th meeting to March 7th to accommodate spring break for Boulder Valley School District. Recommending canceling November 21st study session due to the holiday, cancel December 19th study session due to the holiday, and reschedule December 26th meeting to December 5th due to the holiday. This is the recommendation of staff and is what it is outlined in the resolution 2022-138. This is also the opportunity if you'd like to add any additional study sessions, and this concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much. So I think the recommendations are good, but I noticed March is light because we're taking those spring breaks. So I would propose to council that we do add a study session either on February 7th or April 4th, because both of those Tuesdays in March will have to be our mandatory business meetings. So we will be short a study session for the year, and we have concept reviews and things. So just putting it out there. And yeah, I spoke first because it's really hard waiting till the end. It's decided to go right in. So I'll open it up for comments now. What do you think? Councilmember Shaft, you're good? Are y'all okay with it? Well, I guess I want to find out if you're okay with the extra study session to make up for the
Mayor.
March absence. What?
Mayor, you have to take public comment.
Do we have that? Yes, we do.
We have public comment
Would
on every
anybody
item.
like to comment on this? Hold on. Good. Now, thank you, Ms. Rogers. Do you guys think we should add a study session to make up for the lack of one in March, either on February 7th or April 4th as proposed options by staff? And do you have a preference? So I'll go down the line. Councilmember Cohen, what do you think? Fine either way. Do you have a preference? February or first Tuesday in April? Doesn't care. Okay. Councilmember Henkel?
No preference, but I likely will be gone during that March 14th study session because Holy Family spring break is really weird.
Well, you're allowed
so-
to miss a meeting. It's okay.
Yeah, so
We all
I
do
just thought
it.
I'd throw that out there.
I know, I understand. Thank you. Councilmember Leslie, do you have a preference?
April.
April, okay. You got a vote for April. How about you, Councilmember Anderson?
I'm lost in the color codes, but April 4th seems like it's closer to the, I would say April
Yeah.
4th based upon the way the dates
Pick up
fall.
that slack, so you got the April 4th.
Yeah,
What about you, Councilmember Shaw?
I would prefer April, and I refrain from commenting because I think I've commented on this every year and I've messed up the schedule and the color coding. So this year I just kept quiet, studied it 3 times on my own, and I'm good. So April 7th.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim.
April is fine.
Okay. And Councilmember Ward?
April's fine with me. as well.
Okay. Never mind. What about Councilmember Marshall-Shin? Are you there? Are you- Say that again?
I'm here. Sorry, whatever the group wants is fine.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem? Okay, let's please add a study session for April 4th. And we can always revisit if we need to add more, but for now, at least we have that one that we took out of March.
We will get that added.
Wonderful. Thanks for putting together the calendar and making the arrangements around the conferences. We appreciate that.
You're
And the
welcome.
break.
We just need the motion to
Yes.
approve
That too. Yeah.
as amended.
I was getting there. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2022-138. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution? Is that the right one? Okay, resolution number 2022-138 by title.
11C resolution. Resolution 2022-138, rescheduling certain regularly scheduled meetings of the city council for 2023.
Thank you. Is there a motion, Councilmember Shapp?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2022-138 as amended be adopted.
Thank you very much. And the second, Councilmember Leslie?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Marsh Holshin,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezerski,
Yes.
Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Linstead.
I wish I could abstain. Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Now. So now we're getting to the final item. Thank you all. Under council business, a request for council's direction regarding the prioritization of proposed 2023 ballot initiatives and clarification regarding the purpose of and a timeline for the Charter Review Committee. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And we have a full house in the back with very interested staff members on where we land on some of these initiatives. So 2 things. We'll get to the Charter Review Committee after. There's been 4 big items. I know we had some emails today about housing. I sent you all a kind of a brief with the funds and activities that council has introduced and the initiatives attached to that. That had the breakdown of the $6.5 million, whether that influences a decision or a recommendation to PHA to go into housing initiatives. the tax ballot issues that we have been primarily talking about. The number one being PD and courts, along with a full facility study. Everybody's bursting at the seams and we all understand that. We've had a preliminary site analysis for costs, which you can see here from the Bloomfield Police Department, the combined courts building. And our facility here, estimated 75 million. That does not include FF&E. I know that doesn't seem like it's a big deal. FF&E is furniture and the equipment that goes inside of those buildings. So again, this is just facility costs. I was talking with Councilmember Schaaf earlier. One of the lessons that we learned when a prior council and leadership team passed the bond for the BCC, passed the bond for Dillon Road, but didn't add in any of the operational costs, the ongoing FE&E or any in the FTE. So again, we just want to really be mindful of what that package looks like as we move forward. So again, the number one on our list would be the police department, combined courts, renovation and construction, along with the Broomfield Library, which is the full renovation, and then a site up north. Again, our preliminary numbers, the reason that we wanted to come to you all tonight, we were still working under the assumption that the minimum wage was going to take place in January, which then pushed this conversation to March, which is why we're talking about it tonight. So again, we don't have any one of these fully baked, but before we go down that path, we need to know if we are going to prioritize those four or if you're going to select a certain number of those four to move forward. So again, it's a lift in order to get these to the place. And we don't want to call it a ballot initiative and have it formalized, because as soon as you do that, and our new representative Linstat will remember this, that's when we can no longer campaign as a city and county. So building up to that, normally that happens in September. There's a lot of work that needs to happen within that time frame because we can't campaign on any one of these items. So between getting the ballot initiatives, you can see the dates there between, really it starts getting hot and heavy in July, August, we need to have the ballot, the ballot language. Prior to that time, it doesn't seem like, it seems like a long time off, but it really isn't. In order to send out an RFP, get those solidified numbers, work on who is going to run these campaigns that are outside of any of the city staff and any of the council. So if we could get direction on that, we know between the facilities, the police department and the Broomfield Library, there's been a lot of conversation about the $21 million price tag for the energy performance contract. We have some details on, and again, we haven't had the conversation with what the recommendations are. Again, tonight is a high level of, do we want to investigate these items further? Or can council make a decision about what we're going to run with? What we do know from any type of campaign, the more items you have on the ballot, the less likely you are to get all of them. So all of them being more than two, right? So again, we've had preliminary conversations with a person that has run numerous successful campaigns for school districts. If you can run a successful school district campaign, your knowledge translates into a whole host of other campaigns. So for any of you that have campaigned, and I know that the mayor knows this well, again, the number on the ballot, the number of ballot initiatives really does make a difference because you either balance up or you balance down. So we'll talk a little bit more about the energy performance contract. There's been a lot of conversation about transportation. We haven't done a deep dive in what specifically roads, bridges, walkability, bike. I know Councilmember Ward is really interested in this subject and has brought it up several times several times, which is why we added it to the list.
All right, well, we'll just, if it's okay with you, dive
bet,
into council
please.
feedback. Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Starting with Councilmember Lindstad.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to start out by saying, as an outgoing member of this body, I just don't, these are huge items that are going to take
I
all
forgot
year.
public comment
Oh,
again.
that's okay.
I am so sorry. Would anybody like to comment? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. I just, these are huge items that are, I just to give some advice. I think you should have a priority session and figure this out. I don't think you can do this at 10 o'clock, the last Tuesday of the year, and look at 4 or 5 of our biggest priorities. It's just not, it's not the right way to do this. You need to have a priority session at the start of the year and figure out what you want to work on. And yeah, I think you should limit, if you're going to do ballot measures, only pick 2 or 3, but you guys got to figure out your priorities next year, and it can't be in this format tonight.
That's fair.
I'll just close by saying, make sure one of those priorities is the library, but that's all I've got. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for those parting words of wisdom. We'll go to Councilmember Ward next.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think moving forward with the police department, combined courts, and the Broomfield Library is the most logical and best thing to do. And then in regards to the implementation of the EPC, I think there are other funding sources we can use, and we need to have a deeper conversation on what does that actually look like from council. And then same goes with the transportation. As much as I would love to have any sort of transportation funding on the ballot, I don't think, one, the Transportation Forum has had that conversation, and to the larger body has not had that conversation either. And I think that needs to happen before we move forward with that. So maybe 2024 or 25, who knows? But that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lim.
I was surprised to see the EPC listed on here, and I have been in all the ACES meetings. So the last update that we had at the ACES group was on November 11th. And we were told that staff was still in conversations with the EPC contractor McKinstry, and they have been for 18 months, and that we would not hear any final recommendations till April of next year. So I fail to see how this is on here in a, what's the court term, ripe? It's not ripe. It's not even ripe for discussion as far as I'm aware of, because we don't, neither ACES nor staff nor council have even seen the recommendations from the third party yet, from the third party staff conversations. So that's my first confusion. And then the other confusion is it would not be an ACES decision as to how it was funded. It would be a council decision how it was funded.
Correct.
But as Councilmember Ward alluded to, there are many ways to fund the EPC contract, and there's, leveraging the savings, borrowing from enterprise funds, a tax exempt lease purchase, certificates of participation, then funding from other state or federal sources. So I'm not sure why we're putting this on this ballot initiative discussion at this time whatsoever.
Good, thank you.
Good, okay. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So we've been having conversations, especially about the courts. And since, if I'm wrong, Mayor, correct me, but about 2017, I believe, is when we started those conversations in the need to upgrade the facilities, expand the facilities. And I think that this is something that we've continued to not address. And it's just become more and more of an issue, and we do need to address this. That attached to the police department is a crucial piece for our community. So I definitely support those two. moving forward. I would like to see what the FF&E as well as the operational costs moving forward do look like, because I do think that the Broomfield Police Department, the courts, and the library are different when we start to look at the FF&E, FTE, and the operational costs in terms of how that looks for the ballot measure versus how that looks for our general fund moving forward. So I would like to see that clarified and what that looks like. And then, of course, I see the Broomfield Library is a priority for our community. And again, this is one that we've had a lot of conversation over the years in terms of how do we move that forward? What is going to be our intention with baseline, and what does that additional branch look like in the northern part of our community? One thing that we have gotten is some feedback around housing, and how is housing, that priority of housing, continuing to be moved forward. And I would say that that these are pieces that we've discussed and that we've gotten ready for a 2023 ballot. I do not think that housing and a ballot measure specific to housing is ready for 2023 in November of 2023, but I do believe that that is something that we could continue to work towards in 2023 to potentially get ready for a 2024 ballot measure if the community was behind that. But I do believe that these three issues, the courts, police department, and the library, these are assets that the community supports. And I do believe that they would be successful on the ballot.
Awesome. Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
I was just going to say that I think we should follow the wise words of a departing member and move to schedule this for, I don't know, the January 17th study session. I personally don't know enough about the courts at all to have any informed opinion on that. But I think these all things need to ripen a little bit and be much better discussed in January.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I did do the tour of the courts, and I think we also added in the police buildings there, and we saw the overcrowding. And I absolutely support that further discussion on it, bringing in the library, and as Councilmember Schaaf mentioned, the expansion to the north. So those, I think we can bring those forward as a future discussion, if that makes sense. I do have a question on the energy performance contracting. And this has always been presented to us as a revenue neutral type program, where your energy savings on a low hanging fruit offset the greater expenses of something like solar panels or something that brings a different benefit. And I went back to some email chains from before, and there's the Colorado Revised Statutes 29 something references the 29-12.5 references the requirements around this, and that the project must be cash flow positive for every year of the contracting term, and some other requirements. So it just seems that, like, built into this, as we sign that agreement, that whatever funding mechanisms, whatever grants and whatever direct pay for solar or whatever we have, that it would not fall under a ballot initiative. And if we could get some clarification on that either tonight or in a future meeting when we discuss the other ones, that would be super helpful.
You bet.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate staff really kind of bringing this up and just saying, hey, what do you need? Because it sounds like you guys likely are getting, drinking out of the fire hose. We have a lot of needs, and us being along the same lines of intentionality and on how we want to serve our constituents, we can tend to bring on that pressure because we want, right? I will say that we have to prioritize. So when a lot of us went to the National League of Cities conference in, I always want to say St. Louis, Missouri, and I always mess that up. Kansas City, Missouri. One of the programs, or one of the sessions that I went to, they said, every time we took a survey of cities and counties of most satisfied residents, and it was because of their infrastructure of the city and county, or really they were talking about cities. So you have to really think about infrastructure. That's very important coming up. And then also safety. So when I look at this too, what are we looking at as far as safety goes? I will also say, though, that housing is also a part of safety. So when we hear from people today talking about housing, I actually think we might be ready for something with housing. However, I also think too, there might be some things happening at the state legislature that might allow us to maybe act upon what they do at the state to release maybe some sort of state preemption on things. So we do have to be a little bit nimble when we talk about emerging needs, because housing is going to be it is already an emerging need and it's emergency mode right now. I receive many eviction, situations. I've had probably 3 this week saying I'm going to be evicted. And maybe I should just start sending that to council. I don't know. I don't know what that takes, but we really do need to talk about housing security, because that is an emergency safety issue. So I just want to reiterate that. I will say that if we can flesh it out, yes, the police department, combined courts, I need to know more about that. I think I just need to know more numbers in order to prioritize these. And I don't say that these aren't a priority, but it could be a priority in 2024. I would just like to know the numbers, and what this does to our infrastructure and then our safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to agree with my colleagues. I think this is so big and so important, and partly because I'm relatively new, I'm not unaware of these issues, but I don't know that much about them. And I would suggest that we defer this to a study session where we really have the time and the focus to really explore these issues. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Marshall Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to agree with Councilmember Lindstedt that way. I do think this needs to be fleshed out maybe at our priority setting whenever we do that. I do think that if we go forward with anything, I don't believe that we should put more than a couple things on the ballot at one time. The public safety and the library, I think if we did do ballot measures next year, we definitely could do those 2 in 1 year. I don't think if we're going to move forward with the charter amendment, if that's what the charter committee does on our form of government, I think that one shouldn't move forward until 2024 when we have the highest number of turnout on the electorate. And then the transportation, I was talking with some at the Community Solutions breakfast or meeting a couple weeks ago, that it sounds like Broomfield's doing a transportation needs assessment, and it sounded like it wasn't going to be done until late 2024.
Correct.
So I wouldn't support, I don't think we should move forward with a transportation tax until after that's done. So that would be 25 at the earliest if we put that on the ballot. So that's kind of my thoughts on the matter. And the energy savings ones, I also think that we should explore. I agree with Councilmember Lim. We should explore other forms of funding for that. So that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Jaworski.
Thank you. I support the 2 facilities measures. I also support if my colleagues need some more information on those at a study session, that's fine. Sounds like the other 2 issues are not ripe right now, so I don't expect that we will be having a study session on those 2. And just to throw it out there, I support single hauler trash on the ballot. We don't need to get into that discussion tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I agree. We need to give that a try somehow. But I mean, let's see, when the police department and the library and the courts were built, that was 20 years ago. What was our population then?
Well, we've doubled.
Yeah, we've doubled in population. So if you need any data, that's the data. These facilities were built for a population half our size. So
There could be a police station in Ward 5, so just saying.
oh, that's part of discussions too, is to eventually add even maybe an additional district. I don't want to speak for our PD, but we have to monitor that exponential growth that we've had.
So Mayor, if it's, so again, this has been super helpful because now if I'm hearing council, we don't have to explore a study session regarding transportation or the EPC, correct? So that's great guidance because otherwise we were going off in 4 different directions to have a study session on 4 of those. So we're grateful for that narrowing. I just wanted to mention really quickly to Councilmember Hinkle, the library that we're thinking of for the North is not just a library. Some of the stuff that they're doing right now with wraparound services and housing and transitional housing and libraries, it'll knock your socks off. it really is something that I know Catherine and her team are sitting back there and probably doing the high fives right now. So there is a way to integrate and to really capture not standalones anymore, but a multidisciplinary approach. So we're excited to work on this. The 17th is too quick of a turnaround. Abby always
But we added April
me back, reels me back. Well, we need to do it before April 4th. But we're excited to move forward on those two, and we appreciate the guidance. The question on the Charter Review Committee, as we talk about the Charter Review Committee, originally when we started the conversation, it really was a deeper dive on all things regarding the charter. To the mayor's point, we need an upgrade. We need a refresh, kind of going through the nuances and the bigger ones. But every conversation that's had, it's about governance. And so the question is, do we, again, ensuring that we're beginning to recruit for the boards and commissions. We want to make sure we have the messaging right on for that recruitment for the boards and commissions for the Charter Review Committee.
Well, Ms. Hoffman, if I can just, didn't we move to the every other year boards and commissions? I don't know if Danae's still here, but I don't know if we were going to do the whole slate. Am I wrong?
We have to recruit for the Public Health Board.
Oh, yeah.
And so we were going to attach this
Okay.
because this is also a new board and we knew
Right.
that it was a priority for council.
Okay.
And some vacancies. Thank you,
Okay, and
Abby.
some vacancies. okay.
Right. So we want some direction from council because again, that governance structure, that is a year-long and that is a big deal. So we also want to be cognizant that who comes on, if we get some folks that are super excited about bylaws, or they are thinking that the Charter Review Committee actually means page by page on the Charter Review, when in fact, the priority is the governance structure. We just need some direction for council so that our messaging is correct. So our folks don't feel like a kind of a bait and switch.
Absolutely. Fair ask. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just to clarify, I think for all of my colleagues to make this a really quick discussion.
Yeah.
You just want direction as to whether or not to when you're marketing this new governance committee, whether to put out there that your first priority is going to be looking at sort of a structure of governance for the city and county.
Correct.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
All right. Councilmember Marshall Olson.
I agree with that. I think we should look at, the Charter Review Committee should definitely look at our governance moving forward.
And I noticed that you guys plan to hire a consultant. So maybe that's part of the work too, is
very much
being able to gauge, as we've again doubled in size since this charter was created. And it was a different community. Is still serving, are we serving the needs of the public?
And that's really,
Part-time.
that's really what this consultant with the Charter Review Committee will take that broad-based approach. And then the answer, again, we don't want to rush it. And so if it's ready and ripe by the end of 2023, then you look at the 2024 ballot. To Councilmember Schaaf's point, that when your largest turnout is at that general election, you're going to have a lot of folks weighing in, and that gives us ample time in order to come and make any of the other cleanups in 2024 for any other ballot changes.
That sounds good.
That sound good?
Yeah. Does anybody else have any feedback on that? We're good? All right. Perfect.
Sure appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that ends the discussion on that. Next is the city and county attorney's report. Ms. Rogers, do you have a report? No?
No, I don't think so. Thank you all. Happy holidays.
Thank you. The city and county manager's report is next. Ms. Hoffman.
Happy holidays.
Thank you. There is no legislative update this evening, and item 15A was reviewed earlier. There is no business before the Arista Local Improvement District or directors this evening. Additionally, there are no special reports or requests for future action. But I do just want to again wish Councilmember Lindstedt well on his new adventure, and don't be a stranger. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.